This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I was making a standard haul from Kansas City to Little Rock, a route I've driven at least 100 times before. Nothing special about the cargo, just some electronics and household appliances, the kind of run that pays the bills but doesn't require much thinking. I left KC around 4 in the afternoon, figuring I'd get to Little Rock by 1 or 2 in the morning if traffic behaved. The first few hours were completely normal. Weather was clear, traffic was light, and I had my audiobook playing, some thriller my daughter recommended. I remember checking my fuel gauge around 10 at night and realizing I should probably fill up soon. My GPS showed a truck stop about 15 miles ahead on Highway 65, so I decided to pull in there. When I arrived, I immediately felt something was off. The place was deserted, which isn't totally unusual for a small stop at that hour, but the lights in the convenience store were flickering, and there was only one car in the lot, an old, beat-up pickup truck that had definitely seen better days. It was parked near the diesel pumps, just sitting there with its headlights off. I pulled up to the pump and started fueling, keeping an eye on that pickup. The whole time, I had this feeling like I was being watched. When I finished filling up, I decided to grab some coffee for the road. As I walked toward the store, I noticed someone sitting in that pickup. A man, probably in his 60s, with a gaunt face and these intense eyes that seemed to follow me. I nodded at him, just being polite, and he rolled down his window. "You heading south?" he asked. His voice was raspy, like he'd been smoking for 40 years. I told him I was going to Little Rock, and he shook his head slowly. "Not tonight," he said. "You don't want to be on 65 after midnight. I've heard all kinds of superstitious crap from other drivers over the years, so I just smiled and said I'd be fine, but he leaned out the window, suddenly urgent. "There's something out there," he said. "Something that hunts the lonely roads. A black truck. No markings, no plates. Just black. Been taking drivers for years." I remember laughing nervously and saying something like, "Well, I'll keep an eye out," before heading into the store. The cashier was half asleep and barely acknowledged me when I paid for my coffee. When I came back out, that pickup truck was gone. No sign of the old man anywhere. I got back in my rig, feeling unsettled but trying to shake it off. Road legends are a dime a dozen in trucking. Every stretch of highway has some ghost story or urban legend attached to it. I checked the time, 11:45. If I kept my pace, I'd be in Little Rock in about 2 hours. The road was empty when I pulled back onto Highway 65. The night had gotten darker somehow, with clouds covering the moon and stars. My headlights seemed dimmer than usual, barely cutting through the darkness ahead. I turned up my audiobook and sipped my coffee, trying to focus on the road and not the old man's warning. Around 12:20, I noticed headlights in my rearview mirror. They were far back, but closing in fast. Nothing unusual about someone speeding on an empty highway at night, so I stayed in my lane and maintained my speed. But those headlights kept getting closer and closer until they were right on my tail, bright and blinding in my mirrors. It was a truck, a big one, like mine. At first, I thought maybe it was just some impatient driver wanting to pass, but there was plenty of room in the left lane. This guy was deliberately tailgating me, so close I couldn't even see his grille anymore, just those intense headlights. I tapped my brakes, trying to signal them to back off. They didn't. I increased my speed to 70, then 75. They matched me exactly. That's when I started feeling genuinely nervous. I reached for my CB radio and tried to make contact. "Southbound on 65, this is the blue Peterbilt at mile marker 142. You riding my ass, you mind backing off a bit?" No response. I tried again, nothing but static. I sped up to 80, which is pushing it for a fully loaded rig, but I was starting to panic. The truck behind me accelerated too, still right on my tail. I finally got a glimpse of it in my side mirror. It was completely black. No company logo, no reflective strips, nothing. Just solid black, like a hole in the night. The old man's words came rushing back to me. A black truck. No markings. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. At the next intersection, I made a split-second decision and took a hard right onto a county road. It wasn't on my route, but I needed to get away from whatever was behind me. The turn was too sharp for my speed, and my trailer swayed dangerously, but I managed to keep control. To my horror, the black truck made the same turn, tires screeching. On this narrower road with no other traffic around, I felt completely exposed. My hands were shaking on the wheel, and I was breathing hard. I tried to call dispatch on my phone, but there was no signal out here. The road twisted through farmland with nothing but dark fields on either side. No houses, no lights, no signs of life. Just me and that thing behind me. I was going way too fast for this road, but I couldn't slow down. Every time I glanced in my mirrors, those headlights were there, unwavering. After about 10 minutes of this terrifying chase, I spotted something in the distance. Lights, a farmhouse set back from the road, with a long driveway leading up to it. Without thinking, I yanked the wheel and turned into the driveway, skidding to a halt in a cloud of dust. I grabbed my flashlight from the glove compartment and practically fell out of the cab, my legs weak with fear. The black truck had stopped at the entrance to the driveway, its engine idling. I could barely make out its shape in the darkness, but it was just sitting there like it was watching me. The farmhouse looked abandoned up close, windows dark, paint peeling. But it was shelter, and I ran toward it, praying the door would be unlocked. That's when I heard a car door slam behind me. I turned and saw a figure walking toward me from the black truck. Even in the dim light, I recognized him instantly, the same old man from the truck stop. "Told you not to drive tonight," he called out, his voice carrying easily in the quiet night. He was walking with purpose, moving faster than seemed possible for a man his age. I was frozen for a second, trying to make sense of what was happening. Then headlights appeared on the main road, another vehicle approaching. The old man stopped and turned toward the lights. It was enough distraction for me to break out of my paralysis. I bolted toward a thicket of trees beside the farmhouse, crashing through underbrush until I couldn't run anymore. I crouched there in the darkness, trying to control my breathing, listening for footsteps. Nothing. After what felt like hours, but was probably only 15 minutes, I cautiously made my way back toward the edge of the trees. The passing car was long gone, but the black truck was still there, now parked in the farmhouse driveway. Something compelled me to move closer, to get a better look at that truck. I crept up behind it, keeping low, my flashlight off. When I was close enough, I could see something carved into the black paint of its trailer. Names. Dozens of names, etched deeply into the surface. Some were faded, barely visible, while others looked freshly carved. Each name had a date beside it. With a jolt of horror, I realized these must be the names of the drivers the old man had taken, the ones who hadn't heeded his warning. I was backing away when my flashlight slipped from my sweaty hand and hit the ground, switching on and sending a beam of light across the truck's surface. The old man appeared from around the front of the truck. In the harsh flashlight beam, his face looked hollow, inhuman. His eyes reflected the light like an animal's. "You're lucky," he said. "Tonight wasn't your night, but I'll be seeing you again, Frank." I never told him my name. I ran. I ran like I've never run before, back through those woods, away from the farmhouse, away from that black truck and its terrible driver. I ran until I hit another road, and then I followed it until I reached a small town just as dawn was breaking. I found a diner with a few truckers having breakfast and collapsed into a booth. When I finally caught my breath enough to tell them what happened, I expected disbelief. Instead, they exchanged knowing looks. "The midnight driver," one of them said quietly. "You're lucky to be sitting here." They told me stories. Other drivers who'd encountered the black truck, who'd been chased down lonely highways in the dead of night. Most of those stories didn't have happy endings. The drivers disappeared, their rigs found abandoned on the roadside. I called my company and made up some story about mechanical trouble. They sent someone to retrieve my truck, which was still at that farmhouse. The recovery driver said when he got there, the place was completely deserted. No black truck, no old man, nothing unusual except my abandoned rig. It's been a month now, and I haven't driven at night since then. I've switched to day routes only, even though it means less money. My wife thinks I'm being ridiculous, but she didn't see what I saw. She didn't feel the terror of being hunted on that empty highway. I've looked into the history of Highway 65, trying to make sense of what happened. There are stories going back decades about drivers disappearing along that stretch, about a phantom truck that appears in the darkest hours of the night. Some say it's the ghost of a trucker who was killed by a hit-and-run driver and now seeks revenge. Others say it's something older, something that was there long before the highways were built. I don't know what the truth is. All I know is that when I close my eyes at night, I still see those headlights in my mirror, getting closer and closer, and I wonder whose name would have been carved into that black paint if that other car hadn't come along when it did. If you're driving Highway 65, or any lonely road for that matter, do yourself a favor. Get where you're going before midnight, and if you see a black truck with no markings in your mirror, take the first exit you can find. Don't look back, just drive. Story 2. I've been sitting on this for almost 20 years now, and I still don't know if I should be sharing it. But after what happened again in December, I can't keep quiet anymore. Someone needs to know what's happening on Highway 41. I was Deputy James Forrester with the Meriwether County Sheriff's Department in Georgia. Yeah, was is the right word. Officially, I'm still listed as missing. My family probably thinks I'm dead. Hell, sometimes I wish I was. It was December 7th, 2003. I remember because it was the anniversary of Pearl Harbor, and we'd had a whole thing about it at the station that morning. I was working the night shift, 10 to 6. Rural Georgia gets real quiet after dark in winter, usually just drunk drivers and the occasional domestic. That night was especially dead because of a cold snap that had most people staying home. Around 11:45, dispatch called in about an abandoned vehicle on Highway 41, about 17 miles outside of Manchester. The stretch locals call Stillwater Road because nothing ever happens there. It's just pine trees, asphalt, and emptiness. No houses, no gas stations, nothing for miles. Probably just ran out of gas, I told dispatch. I'll check it out. I remember turning onto Highway 41 and feeling this weird pressure in my ears, like when you drive up into the mountains. The road was dark, no streetlights out there, but what always struck me as odd was how perfect the asphalt was. No cracks, no potholes. Rural Georgia roads are usually falling apart, but this stretch was pristine. My dash cam recorded me pulling up behind the car at 11:47. It was a blue Honda Civic with its hazards blinking. The engine was still running. That detail always bothered me. Why leave a perfectly good running car? I called in the plates and got back that it belonged to a Brandon Keller, some pharmaceutical sales rep who'd been reported missing 3 days earlier. That put me on edge right away. Missing person cases weren't common in our county. I approached the vehicle carefully, hand on my holster. The driver's door was slightly ajar, dome light on. Inside was a mess. Papers scattered everywhere, a half-eaten fast food burger on the passenger seat. The GPS was still on, showing a route to some point in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. I remember thinking that was bizarre, but figured it was just malfunctioning. I called out, "Hello, Sheriff's Department, anyone here?" Just silence and the clicking of the hazard lights. It was cold that night, around 30 degrees. My breath made clouds in my flashlight beam. I did a quick search around the car, checking the trunk, looking underneath. Nothing. I radioed in what I'd found and said I was going to check the surrounding area. The woods along that stretch of highway are dense pine, tall trees with not much undergrowth in winter. My flashlight cut through them easily enough. About 50 feet from the road, I found footprints in some soft ground. They looked fresh, heading deeper into the trees. I followed them, reporting my position to dispatch as I went. I'm about 100 yards into the woods now, following footprints. Might be our missing person. Dispatch acknowledged, but there was a weird static on the line. I'd never had reception issues there before. The footprints led to a small clearing, and that's where things got wrong. The air felt different, heavier. My flashlight started to dim, though I'd just put in fresh batteries that evening. I remember checking it, tapping it against my palm like that would help. Then I noticed something ahead. At first I thought it was a person walking back toward me from the trees. I called out, "Hey, Sheriff's Department, stop right there." But as my light hit it, I realized something wasn't right. The proportions were off. It was tall, maybe 7 feet, and thin, too thin, and it moved wrong, like watching someone walk underwater. I keyed my radio. There's someone walking back from the trees. Wait, that's not possible. The figure wasn't walking on the ground. It was about a foot above it, moving toward me with this horrible fluid motion. And its face, Jesus, I still see it when I close my eyes. It didn't have features so much as suggestions of features, like looking at a face through frosted glass. My radio erupted in static, so loud it hurt my ears. My flashlight died completely, and then the world around me shifted. I can't explain it better than that. It was like reality folded. 1 second I was in those woods, and the next I was elsewhere. The trees were still there, but wrong, twisted versions of themselves. The sky wasn't dark anymore. It was a deep, sickening purple, and there were others, not people, at least not anymore. They moved around me, these tall, thin shapes. Some looked almost human from certain angles, then completely alien from others. They didn't speak, but I could feel them in my head, like pressure behind my eyes. I ran, or tried to. It was like moving through molasses. The air was thick, resistant. I could see the road ahead, or something like it, but it kept shifting position. Every time I thought I was getting closer, it would suddenly be farther away. Time didn't work right there. What felt like hours might have been minutes or days. I remember stumbling through those twisted woods, the purple sky pulsing overhead, those things always just at the edge of my vision. I found others, real people I mean, confused, terrified people wandering in that place. One was a woman in a business suit who kept asking about her kids. Another was an old man who just sat against one of those wrong trees, staring at nothing. And there was a young guy who I'm pretty sure was Brandon Keller. He was the only one who would talk to me coherently, said he'd been driving to Atlanta when his GPS went haywire, directing him to Highway 41. He pulled over to reset it and saw something in the woods. "They've been taking people for years," he told me. His eyes were bloodshot, his clothes dirty. Every 7 years the door opens wider. They reach through and take what they want. "Who are they?" I asked him. "What is this place?" He just laughed, this hollow sound that still haunts me. "It's nowhere. The space between spaces. They live here, watching us through the thin spots." I asked him how to get back, how to escape. He just shook his head. "Nobody gets back. Not really. Sometimes they let you think you've escaped, but you're never the same." I didn't believe him. I couldn't. I kept searching for a way out, walking for what felt like days through that twisted landscape. The others I'd found disappeared one by one, not taken, just gone when I turned around, like they'd never been there. Then I found it, a spot where the air seemed to ripple, like heat off hot asphalt. Beyond it, I could see normal trees, a normal night sky. I ran for it, pushing through that thick air, those things closing in behind me. I remember breaking through, falling onto normal ground, real pine needles under my hands. I was back in the real woods, maybe half a mile from where I'd entered. I could see flashlights in the distance, the search party, I assumed. But when I tried to call out, no sound came. When I tried to run toward them, my legs wouldn't move right. It was like I was still partially in that other place. I watched as they searched, saw them find my patrol car, still running, saw them find the Honda, heard them calling my name. But they looked right through me, like I wasn't there. It took me 3 days to figure out how to fully come back. 3 days of existing halfway between here and nowhere, getting more solid hour by hour. When I finally managed to make it to a phone that I could physically touch, I called the station. The voice that answered wasn't anyone I knew. When I identified myself, there was a long silence. Then, "Sir, this isn't funny. Deputy Forrester disappeared 7 years ago." 7 years. What had felt like 3 days to me had been 7 years here. It was 2010. I hung up. What could I say? How could I explain? I had no ID, no way to prove who I was, and I looked exactly the same as the night I disappeared, not a day older. I've been living off the grid since then, odd jobs, cash only, moving around, never staying in one place too long. Sometimes I feel them watching me, those things from nowhere. Sometimes I see ripples in the air that shouldn't be there. I've been back to Highway 41 a few times, watching from a distance. In December 2010, 3 more people disappeared from that same stretch of road. Then again in 2017, and now in 2024, it's happening again. I've been keeping track. That federal task force the official reports mentioned, they know. They've known for decades. Those electromagnetic anomalies are just their way of covering up what's really happening. A door that opens every 7 years, getting wider each time. What scares me most is that I don't think I'm fully human anymore. I haven't aged a day since 2003. Food doesn't taste right. Sleep comes rarely. And when it does, I dream of that purple sky. Sometimes I wonder if I ever really escaped at all. Maybe this is just another layer of nowhere, a more convincing illusion. Or maybe parts of that place came back with me, changing me from the inside out. All I know is that it's starting again. The 7-year cycle. People will go missing on the nowhere road and no one will understand why. No one except those of us who've been there and somehow made it back. If you're driving through rural Georgia and your GPS tries to route you down Highway 41, turn around. No matter what, don't stop driving. Don't pull over. And whatever you do, don't follow anything you see in those woods, because sometimes the things from nowhere look just like the people they've taken. Story 3. I still get chills thinking about what happened to me last month. I've been lurking on this forum for weeks, reading everyone else's experiences, and I finally feel ready to share mine. I don't expect anyone to believe me. Hell, I wouldn't believe it if someone told me this story, but I need to get it off my chest. It started on a Tuesday evening in October. I was walking home from work when the sky suddenly opened up. The rain came down so hard I could barely see 2 feet in front of me. I ducked into the first open shop I found, this little antique place called Forgotten Treasures that I'd passed 100 times but never bothered to enter. The shop was dimly lit and crammed with stuff, old furniture, vintage jewelry, weird taxidermy, you name it. The air smelled like dust and old books. I was just going to wait out the storm, but then I noticed something in the back corner that made me forget all about the rain. It was this massive ornate mirror, probably 7 feet tall, with an intricate wooden frame carved with what looked like faces and vines. Something about it just pulled me in. I couldn't look away. I walked toward it without even realizing I was moving. I wouldn't get too close to that one if I were you. I nearly jumped out of my skin. An old man had appeared beside me. The shopkeeper, I guessed. He was probably in his 70s, with these intense blue eyes that seemed to see right through me. "Why not?" I asked, trying to sound casual, even though my heart was racing for some reason. He just shrugged. "Some things in this shop have more history than others. That mirror has been here longer than I have." I should have just nodded and backed away, but instead, I moved closer. When I stood directly in front of it, I felt this weird, I don't know, vibration? Like the air around the mirror was somehow different. My reflection looked normal at first. Just me, Clara, 26 years old, average height, brown hair still damp from the rain. But then I blinked, and when my eyes opened, my reflection had changed. It was still me, but not me. Her eyes were darker, sadder, her posture was different, and she didn't blink when I did. I swear to God she smiled at me, this slow, knowing smile that made my blood run cold. I jerked back so fast I knocked over a small table of trinkets. The shopkeeper helped me pick everything up, and I apologized profusely. When I glanced back at the mirror, my reflection was normal again. I told myself I'd imagined it. The lighting in the shop was weird. I was tired from work. My eyes were playing tricks on me. Before I left, I bought this small vintage locket I found on the counter. It was silver with tiny roses engraved on it, and when I opened it, it was empty inside. Something about it felt comforting. The shopkeeper seemed pleased with my purchase but gave me an odd look as I left. "Everyone finds what they need here," he said. "Sometimes it's not what they came looking for." That night, I had the most vivid nightmare of my life. I was standing in front of that mirror again, but I was in my apartment. My reflection was staring at me, but I wasn't moving. She, the other me, put her hand on the glass from her side and whispered, "Let me out." I woke up, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I tried to shake it off. Just a weird dream triggered by that creepy mirror, right? But the next night was worse. In my dream, my reflection was scratching at the glass, her nails making this horrible screeching sound. "You're weak," she hissed at me. "So weak. That's why it's so easy." I woke up with scratches on my arms, actual scratches. I told myself I must have done it in my sleep, but they were in places I couldn't easily reach. For 3 days, I barely slept. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw her, that darker version of myself, watching me, taunting me. I started avoiding mirrors. I covered the one in my bathroom with a towel. I used my phone's camera to check my appearance before work. By Friday, I was a wreck. I couldn't focus at work, couldn't eat, couldn't think about anything except that mirror and what I'd seen in it. Something was happening to me, and as crazy as it sounds, I knew I had to go back to the shop. I needed answers. The shopkeeper didn't seem surprised to see me. If anything, he looked like he'd been expecting me. The shop was empty except for us. "The mirror," I said, not bothering with pleasantries. "There's something wrong with it." He sighed and set down the book he'd been reading. "That mirror has been in this shop for 63 years. It came from an old estate in New England. The previous owners said it had been in their family for generations." "I don't care about its history," I snapped. "I care about why I'm seeing things in it, why I'm dreaming about it." "The mirror doesn't show you anything that isn't already there," he said cryptically. "It has a will of its own. It shows people what they need to see, not what they want to see." "That's not an explanation," I said, my voice rising. "That's fortune cookie nonsense." He just shrugged. "I've warned everyone who's been drawn to it. Some listen, some don't." I pushed past him and walked straight to the back of the shop. The mirror was still there, imposing and beautiful in its terrible way. My heart was hammering in my chest as I approached it. My reflection looked normal at first, but then, like before, it shifted. The other Clara stared back at me, but this time there was something malevolent in her expression. Her eyes were completely black now, and her skin was paler, almost translucent. "You're weak," she said, her lips moving while mine remained still. "You've let me in." I should have run. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to get away, but I couldn't move. Instead, I reached out and touched the glass. It was like touching ice water. My fingertips went numb, and then my whole hand, and then suddenly I was being pulled forward. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. The sensation was like being sucked through a vacuum, pressure all around me, crushing me, pulling me apart. When it stopped, I was somewhere else, not the shop, not anywhere I recognized. It was like a twisted version of reality. Familiar shapes and objects, but distorted. The colors were muted, like someone had drained all the vibrancy from the world, and it was cold, so cold I could see my breath. I wasn't alone. There were others there, all of them me, different versions of me, each one embodying something I hated about myself. One was hunched over, radiating insecurity. Another was screaming in rage. Another was sobbing uncontrollably, and standing in the center was the dark reflection I'd seen in the mirror. "Welcome home," she said, and her voice seemed to come from everywhere at once. "You can't escape now. You're part of this world, my world." "What is this place?" I managed to ask, my voice sounding strange and hollow. "This is where I've been waiting," she said. "Waiting for you to be weak enough, waiting for you to let me in." The other versions of me began to close in, their faces twisted in agony or rage or despair. I backed away until I hit something solid. The mirror, I realized, but from this side, it showed the shop, like a window to the world I'd left. I pounded on it, screaming for help, but the shopkeeper just stood there watching with those piercing blue eyes. He looked sad but unsurprised. "Many have looked into the mirror," I heard him say, though his lips didn't move. "Few have returned." Panic rose in me like a tidal wave. I was trapped in this nightmare realm with these twisted versions of myself, and no one was coming to help me. The dark reflection reached for me, her fingers elongated like claws. "You'll stay here forever," she whispered, "and I'll take your place out there. I'll live your life better than you ever could." I felt something cold against my chest. The locket I'd bought. I hadn't even realized I was wearing it. In desperation, I clutched it, and as I did, warmth spread through my fingers. I opened it, and though it had been empty before, now it contained a tiny photograph of my grandmother. My grandmother had been the strongest person I'd ever known. She'd survived war, poverty, the loss of her husband, and had raised 3 children on her own. Before she died, she told me I had her strength, that I just needed to find it in myself. In that moment, holding the locket, I understood what the shopkeeper had meant about finding what you need. The locket wasn't just a trinket, it was a reminder of where I came from, of the strength in my blood. I stood up straighter and faced my dark reflection. "I am not you," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "I am stronger than my fears." She laughed, a sound like breaking glass. "You can't escape me. I am you, the real you, the weak you, the you that everyone sees." "No," I said, and with each word, I felt something shifting in the air around us. "You're just my fear, my doubt, my self-hatred. You're not real." I opened the locket and held it toward her like a shield. The tiny photograph glowed with a light that seemed to cut through the darkness of that twisted place. "I'm not weak," I said. "I'm not afraid. I am stronger than you think." The dark reflection screamed, a sound so full of rage and frustration that it made the ground beneath us shake. The other versions of me began to flicker like bad television signals. "I am not you," I repeated, louder this time. "I am stronger than my fears." The world around me began to crack, literally crack, like glass under pressure. Fissures appeared in the air, in the ground, in my dark reflection. Light poured through these cracks, blinding in its intensity. My dark reflection lunged at me one last time, her face contorted in hatred. But as she reached me, she shattered like the mirror itself, fragments of her dissolving into nothing. There was a sensation of falling, of being pulled backward at incredible speed, and then I was lying on the floor of the antique shop, gasping for breath. The shopkeeper was kneeling beside me, concern etched on his weathered face. "You came back," he said, helping me to my feet. "Not many do." I looked at the mirror. It showed only my normal reflection now, pale, shaking, but unmistakably me. What was that?" I asked, my voice hoarse. "The mirror shows us the darkness within," he said quietly. "It gives form to our fears, our regrets, our self-doubt. Most people get trapped there, consumed by their own darkness. But you found your way back." I touched the locket around my neck, still warm against my skin. "This helped me." He nodded. "Like I said, everyone finds what they need here." I left the shop in a daze. The rain had stopped and the late afternoon sun was breaking through the clouds. I felt different, lighter somehow, as if I'd put down a heavy burden I'd been carrying for years without realizing it. It's been a month now. I still have nightmares sometimes, but they're just regular nightmares, not those vivid terrors from before. I wear the locket every day. Sometimes I think I see my dark reflection out of the corner of my eye, in windows, in puddles, in the screen of my phone when it's turned off. But when I look directly, she's never there. I went back to the shop once, a week after it happened, but it was gone. The space was empty, with a "for lease" sign in the window. According to the neighboring businesses, there hadn't been a shop there for years. I don't know if what happened to me was real or some kind of psychological break. All I know is that something changed in me that day. The mirror showed me the darkness within me, but it also showed me I had the strength to face it. For the first time in my life, I truly believe in myself, but I still avoid mirrors after dark, just in case. Story 4. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but I need to get it off my chest. I've been a long-haul trucker for about 12 years now. The open road has been my office, my second home. I've seen all kinds of things: accidents, wildlife, breathtaking sunsets, you name it. But what happened to me on Interstate 40 last month, I still can't explain it. It was a Thursday night, or rather Friday morning, just after midnight. I was hauling a load of electronics from Nashville to Albuquerque. The stretch of I-40 I was on cuts through some pretty remote areas of Tennessee, and at that hour, traffic was nearly non-existent. Just the occasional truck and maybe one or two cars every few miles. I was fighting to stay alert, as any trucker does on these overnight hauls. The radio was keeping me company. I'd found this late-night show where the host and callers share supernatural experiences. I don't typically buy into that stuff, but it passes the time, you know. Some guy was calling in about shadow people he'd seen in his bedroom when I first noticed her. At first, I thought my tired eyes were playing tricks on me, just a flash of white on the shoulder of the road. But as I got closer, I could make out a figure, a woman standing alone on the side of the interstate. She was wearing what looked like a flowing white dress, completely inappropriate for the cool autumn night. She had her arm outstretched, clearly trying to flag someone down. Now, I'm not stupid. I know all the warnings about stopping for strangers, especially in the middle of nowhere at night, but something about her seemed desperate. And hell, I'm a 6'3", 200-pound guy. I figured I could handle myself if things went sideways, so I slowed down and pulled over about 20 yards ahead of her. I watched in my side mirror as she walked toward my truck. Her movements were, I don't know how to describe it. Not exactly graceful, but smooth, like she was gliding more than walking. When she reached my passenger door, I rolled down the window instead of opening it right away. "You okay, miss?" I called out. Her face was pale in the dim light from my cab. She looked to be in her late 20s, with long, dark hair that seemed to move slightly, even though there wasn't much wind. "I need a ride to the next town," she said. Her voice was soft but clear. "My car broke down a few miles back and my phone is dead." I scanned the road behind her. "Where's your car?" "Around the bend," she said, pointing vaguely behind her. "I've been walking for a while." Against my better judgment, I unlocked the door. "I can take you to the next truck stop. It's about 30 miles up. They'll have phones." She climbed in and thanked me, said her name was Emily. I introduced myself as Jason and pulled back onto the empty highway. The moment she settled into the passenger seat, the temperature in my cab seemed to drop. I figured maybe she'd let in the cold night air, so I adjusted the heater, but it didn't help much. "So what brings you out here so late?" I asked, trying to make conversation. "Just trying to get home," she replied, staring out the window. I noticed fog starting to roll in across the road, which was weird because the weather report hadn't mentioned anything about fog. It crept across the asphalt like fingers, gradually thickening until my headlights were only cutting through about 50 feet of visibility. Emily remained silent beside me, her face turned toward the window. The radio, which had been playing commercials, suddenly crackled back to life with another caller. "I'm telling you, Bob, she's real," the caller was saying. "The woman in white, every trucker who runs I-40 regularly knows about her." My hands tightened on the wheel. "So the story goes," the host replied, "that she was killed by a truck on that highway? What, 10 years ago?" 12, the caller corrected. "Hit and run. Driver never stopped. They say she still wanders that stretch of road, trying to flag down trucks. Some say she's looking for the driver who killed her. Others think she's just trying to get home." I glanced at Emily. She was still staring out the window, but I could see her reflection in the glass. Her expression hadn't changed. "You ever hear that story?" I asked her, trying to sound casual. She turned to me slowly. "People make up all kinds of stories," she said. I'm just trying to get home. Something about the way she said it, exactly the same way as before, made my skin crawl. I focused on the road, the fog now so thick I had to slow down to 45 miles per hour. The radio continued, the caller describing how the woman in white supposedly brings misfortune to whoever picks her up. Mechanical failures, accidents, worse. Maybe we should switch stations, I suggested, reaching for the dial. Emily's hand shot out and grabbed my wrist. Her skin was ice cold. I like this show, she said. Then she released me and returned to staring out the window. My heart was pounding now. I tried to rationalize everything. The cold could be a problem with my heater, the fog just an unexpected weather change, and Emily was probably just some poor woman with car trouble who was a bit socially awkward. But then the radio emitted a harsh burst of static that made me jump. When it cleared, the host's voice came through with unusual clarity. We're getting reports of the woman in white being spotted on Interstate 40 tonight, folks. If you're driving that stretch, be careful. Remember, don't pick her up. They say she can't cross over until she finds the right driver, the one who hit her, but until then, she brings nothing but bad luck. I swallowed hard and glanced at Emily again. She was looking at me now, her eyes reflecting the green glow from my dashboard instruments. They're just stories, I said, trying to convince myself more than her. Are they? She asked. The fog had become so dense I could barely see the road markers. I slowed to 30 miles per hour, squinting to make out the pavement ahead. The radio began to crackle again, the signal breaking up. Danger, I-40 woman, warning all drivers. And then Emily's demeanor changed completely. Her face twisted in what looked like anguish, her eyes widening. I can't get home, she whispered. I've been trying for so long. We'll get you to the truck stop, I assured her, though my voice was shaking. They'll help you. No, you don't understand, she said, her voice rising. I'm trapped. I can't cross over. I can't go home. The temperature in the cab plummeted. I could see my breath forming clouds in front of my face. The radio was just static now, a harsh, unending hiss. And then I saw headlights in the distance coming from the opposite direction. Another truck by the height of the lights. Emily began to rock back and forth in her seat. He's coming, she muttered. He's coming again. Who? I asked, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. The one who hit me, she said, turning to look at me with eyes that suddenly seemed hollow. The one who left me here. As the approaching truck drew nearer, Emily became more agitated. She pressed her hands against the passenger window, her breath, if she was even breathing, fogging the glass. He never stops, she said. Night after night, he never stops. The oncoming truck was close now, its headlights cutting through the fog like searchlights. I could make out the silhouette of a large semi. Emily whipped around to face me, her face contorted with a mixture of rage and desperation. Get out, she screamed. I didn't think, I just reacted. I yanked the wheel hard to the right, sending my rig onto the shoulder. I hit the brakes, threw the truck into park, and scrambled for the door handle. All rational thought was gone. I just knew I needed to get out of that cab. I practically fell out onto the gravel, stumbling away from the truck. The approaching semi blared its horn as it passed, probably thinking I was having mechanical issues or falling asleep at the wheel. I stood there, maybe 20 feet from my truck, watching as Emily remained inside. Through the windshield, I could see her face, illuminated by the dashboard lights. The expression of desperation and sorrow on her face is something I'll never forget. And then the fog seemed to close in around my truck, swallowing it completely for a few seconds. When it thinned slightly, I could see inside the cab again. Emily was gone. I approached my truck cautiously, half expecting her to jump out at me, but the passenger seat was empty. The cab was still freezing cold, and the radio was still producing nothing but static. With shaking hands, I got back in and locked the doors. I sat there for a long time, just breathing, trying to make sense of what had happened. Eventually, I managed to pull myself together enough to drive to the nearest rest area, about 5 miles up the road. I spent the rest of the night there, unable to sleep, jumping at every sound. When morning came, I called my dispatcher and made up some story about feeling ill and needing to delay my delivery. I couldn't bring myself to get back on the road right away. It's been a month now. I've talked to other truckers and I've heard similar stories about the woman in white on I-40. Some laugh it off as an urban legend, others get real quiet and change the subject. I don't drive that stretch of I-40 alone at night anymore. I can't. Not after what happened. Sometimes I wonder if Emily is still out there, trying to flag down trucks, looking for the driver who hit her, or maybe just trying to find her way home. All I know is that whatever I experienced that night was real. The cold, the fog, Emily, it wasn't my imagination. There are things out there on those lonely highways that can't be explained, things waiting just beyond the reach of your headlights. If you're ever driving I-40 late at night and see a woman in a white dress on the side of the road, just keep driving. For your own sake, just keep driving. Story 5. I've lived in Maplewood my entire life. It's one of those small towns where everyone knows each other, where folks leave their doors unlocked, and where the biggest news is usually someone's garden winning a ribbon at the county fair. But there's something about this place that outsiders don't know, something about the woods that surround our town. Growing up, we all heard the stories about the whispers of the woods. Parents would warn their kids not to venture too deep into the forest. People go missing in there, they'd say. The voices will call to you, and if you follow them, you'll never find your way back. As kids, we thought it was just a tactic to keep us from wandering off. As adults, most of us still believed that, or at least we pretended to. That changed for me last summer. I've known Ben, Laura, and Sam since high school. We're all pushing 30 now, but still get together whenever we can. Ben was always the adventurous one, always pushing us to try new things. So when he suggested a camping trip in the Maplewood Forest during our summer reunion, none of us thought twice about it. "Come on, Rachel," he said when I hesitated. "Don't tell me you actually believe those old stories." I laughed it off. "Of course not, just wondering if we should pick somewhere with better facilities." Truth was, I'd always felt uneasy about those woods, not because I believed the legends, but because there was something off about them, the way the shadows seemed deeper than they should be, the way the wind moved through the trees like whispered conversations. But I didn't want to be the spoilsport, so I agreed. We packed our gear on Friday morning and headed out, parking at the trailhead around noon. The weather was perfect, warm with a light breeze, not a cloud in the sky. We hiked for about 3 hours before finding a clearing that seemed perfect for setting up camp. "This is gorgeous," Laura said, dropping her pack, "and definitely not haunted." She winked at me, and I rolled my eyes. We spent the afternoon setting up our tents, collecting firewood, and catching up on each other's lives. As the sun began to set, Sam got a fire going, and we roasted hot dogs and marshmallows, drinking beers and telling stories like we were teenagers again. It wasn't until everyone else had gone to sleep that I first heard it. I was lying in my tent, staring up at the ceiling, when a sound drifted through the fabric. Rachel ... It was so faint I thought I'd imagined it, a trick of the wind, or maybe I was just drifting off to sleep, but then it came again. "Rachel, come here." I sat up, heart suddenly hammering in my chest. It sounded like it was coming from just outside my tent. I unzipped the flap and peered out. The campsite was quiet, the fire now just glowing embers. The moon was bright enough that I could see there was nobody there. "Just the wind," I muttered to myself, zipping the tent back up. But as I laid back down, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something had called my name. I must have eventually fallen asleep because the next thing I knew, Ben was shaking me awake. "Rachel, wake up." Something happened last night. I crawled out of my tent to find Laura and Sam already up, looking around with concerned expressions. Our campsite was a mess. Food wrappers were scattered everywhere, packs had been opened and their contents strewn about, and one of the camping chairs was broken. "What the hell?" I said, taking in the scene. "Did bears get into our stuff?" Sam shook his head. "Bears would have gone for the food, but look, the cooler's untouched, and there are no tracks." "Maybe it was raccoons," Laura suggested, but she didn't sound convinced. "Raccoons don't do this," Ben said, holding up his backpack. The zipper had been completely torn off, and the contents were missing. It's like someone was looking for something specific. We spent the next hour cleaning up and trying to salvage what we could. The strange thing was, nothing valuable seemed to be missing. No wallets, no phones, no expensive gear, just random items. A compass, a map, my journal, Sam's pocket knife, a roll of twine. "Maybe we should head back," Laura said, and I could tell she was spooked. "No way," Ben replied. "We came out here for the weekend. We're not letting some pranksters ruin our trip." "You think it was people?" I asked. "What else would it be?" he countered. We decided to continue with our plans. After breakfast, we packed day packs and set out to hike deeper into the forest. Ben had heard about a waterfall a few miles in, and we wanted to check it out. As we walked, I kept hearing it, that same whisper from the night before, "Rachel, this way, Rachel." It seemed to come from off the trail, deeper into the trees. I kept looking over my shoulder, but the others didn't seem to notice anything. "You okay?" Sam asked after catching me glancing into the forest for the third time. "Yeah, just thought I heard something, probably a squirrel or something." But it wasn't a squirrel. The voice was getting clearer, more insistent. "Rachel, we need you. Follow us." About 2 hours into our hike, I spotted something. "Hey guys, look at that." Off to our right, barely visible through the trees, was what looked like a path. Not a hiking trail. This was different. It was narrow, worn into the earth like it had been used for centuries, and it was lined with strange-looking stones. "That's not on the map," Ben said, consulting his phone. "The trail should continue straight ahead to the waterfall." "Let's check it out," Laura suggested, surprising me. She was usually the cautious one. We left the main trail and followed the mysterious path. The deeper we went, the stranger the forest became. The trees grew taller, older, their branches intertwining overhead to block out much of the sunlight. The temperature dropped noticeably, and the air felt heavy, like right before a thunderstorm, and the whispers, they were everywhere now, not just calling my name, but saying other things too. "Find us. Help us. We've been waiting." "Do you guys hear that?" I finally asked, unable to keep it to myself any longer. They all stopped and listened. "Hear what?" Sam asked. "The voices, the whispers." They exchanged glances. "There's no voices, Rachel," Ben said gently. "Just the wind." But it wasn't just the wind. I knew what I was hearing, and it was getting louder with every step we took down that path. After about 20 minutes, the path opened into a small clearing. In the center stood a structure I can only describe as ancient. It was made of stone, circular, about the size of a small room, with a doorway facing us. Vines covered most of it, but I could see strange symbols carved into the stones, symbols that seemed to shift and change if I looked at them too long. "What is this place?" Laura whispered, her voice tinged with awe and fear. "I've lived here my whole life and never heard of any ruins in these woods," I said. Ben approached the structure, peering inside. "Guys, you've got to see this." Against my better judgment, I followed the others inside. The temperature dropped at least 15 degrees as soon as I crossed the threshold. The interior was a single circular room with a dirt floor. More symbols covered the inner walls, and in the center of the room was a small pedestal with what looked like a bowl carved into the top. The whispers became a cacophony inside my head. "Find us! Help us! We're trapped! Rachel, please!" "We need to get out of here," I said, my voice shaking. "Now." "What's wrong?" Sam asked, but I could see he felt it too. There was a tension in the air, a heaviness that was making it hard to breathe. "Something's not right about this place," I insisted. "Can't you feel it?" As if in response, the ground beneath our feet began to tremble. Dust and small stones rained down from the ceiling. Earthquake, Laura suggested, but this was no earthquake. I felt something grab my ankle, something cold and strong. I looked down to see what appeared to be a hand emerging from the dirt floor, its fingers wrapped around my leg. I screamed and tried to pull away, but it held tight. Then I saw the face. It rose from the ground like it was pushing through water, a distorted, shadowy face with hollow eyes and a gaping mouth. "Help us," it wailed, its voice no longer a whisper but a piercing cry that seemed to vibrate through my bones. "Rachel!" Ben shouted, grabbing my arm and pulling. The hand held on for another moment before finally releasing me, sinking back into the earth. The entire structure was shaking now, and more shadows were rising from the ground and walls, reaching, grasping, their distorted faces all crying out at once. "Run!" Sam yelled, and none of us needed to be told twice. We burst out of the structure and back into the forest, but something was wrong. The path we had followed was gone. Instead, there were trees in every direction, identical and disorienting. "Which way?" Laura cried, spinning around. "Just run!" Ben shouted, taking off in what he must have thought was the right direction. We followed, crashing through underbrush, jumping over fallen logs, our only thought to put as much distance between us and that terrible place as possible. I don't know how long we ran. It could have been minutes or hours. The forest seemed to go on forever, and no matter how far we went, it felt like we weren't getting anywhere. The whispers followed us, sometimes distant, sometimes so close it felt like they were inside my head. Finally, just when I thought my lungs would burst, we broke through the tree line and found ourselves back at the parking lot where we'd left our car. We piled in, and Ben drove us away from there as fast as he could. We didn't speak much on the ride home. What was there to say? We'd all seen it, felt it, but none of us could explain it. By unspoken agreement, we decided to go to Ben's place rather than splitting up. That night, huddled in Ben's living room with all the lights on, we tried to make sense of what had happened. Sam had used his phone to look up the history of the Maplewood forest, but found nothing about any stone structures or ruins. Maybe it was some kind of collective hallucination, Laura suggested. Caused by what? Ben countered. We weren't on drugs. We weren't sleep-deprived. Whatever it was, Sam said, we're safe now. It's over. But it wasn't over. That night, I dreamed of the whispers. They called to me, begged me, pleaded with me to return. When I woke up in the morning, I felt exhausted, like I hadn't slept at all, and it didn't stop. Night after night, the whispers haunted my dreams. Sometimes I'd wake up to find myself standing by my bedroom window, looking out toward the forest, with no memory of how I got there. Then, exactly 1 week after our camping trip, I heard it, not in my dreams, but in the waking world. I was alone in my apartment when a voice called from outside my window, "Rachel, come back to us. We need you. We're waiting." I looked out to see a shadowy figure standing beneath the streetlight, its features indistinct but somehow familiar. When it saw me looking, it raised a hand in greeting, or was it beckoning me to join it? I called Ben immediately. "It's not over," I told him. They followed us home. That's when we realized we hadn't truly escaped whatever was in those woods. The whispers had latched onto us, followed us, and they wouldn't let go until we confronted them. We gathered at my place the next day, Ben, Laura, Sam, and me. None of them had seen the shadowy figure, but they'd all been having the dreams. We knew what we had to do. "We have to go back," I said. "We have to face whatever's in those woods." And so, exactly 2 weeks after our first trip, we returned to the Maplewood forest. This time, we went prepared. Flashlights, extra batteries, emergency supplies, but no weapons. Somehow, we knew that conventional weapons wouldn't help against whatever we were facing. The whispers started as soon as we entered the forest, louder and more insistent than before. "You came back. You came back to help us." We didn't need to find the path this time. It was as if the forest itself rearranged to guide us, trees shifting to form a corridor leading us back to that ancient stone structure. It looked different in the daylight, smaller, more decrepit, but no less menacing. The symbols on the stone seemed to pulse with an inner light, and the air around the structure shimmered like heat waves off hot asphalt. The whispers swirled around us like a storm, 100 voices all speaking at once. Help us, free us, join us. We stood at the edge of the clearing, none of us willing to approach the structure again, but we knew we had to do something. We couldn't live with the whispers forever. "What do you want from us?" I shouted into the chaos. The whispers didn't answer directly, but they grew more frantic, more pleading. Images flashed through my mind. People lost in the woods, following the whispers deeper and deeper until they couldn't find their way out. Trapped somehow, their essence bound to this place, neither living nor dead, and I understood. They weren't trying to harm us, they were trapped, and they thought we could help them. But their desperation had turned them into something dangerous, something that would consume us just as it had consumed countless others over the centuries. "They can't help you," I called out, my voice stronger now, "and neither can we. You need to let go. You need to move on." The whispers turned angry, howling around us like a windstorm. Shadows began to emerge from the structure, reaching toward us with grasping hands. "Stand firm," Ben shouted over the noise. "Don't run this time." We stood our ground as the shadows approached, their distorted faces twisted in rage and desperation. But they couldn't touch us, not as long as we didn't give in to fear, didn't try to flee. "You have no power over us," Laura called out. "We see you for what you are," Sam added. "Lost souls. Nothing more." I stepped forward, facing the nearest shadow. "We're not afraid of you anymore," I said, my voice steady despite the terror I still felt. "And we're not joining you. It's time for you to let go." The shadow before me seemed to hesitate, its form flickering like a candle in the wind. Then, slowly, it began to dissipate, breaking apart into wisps of darkness that faded into the air. One by one, the other shadows followed, dissolving into nothing. The whispers grew fainter, receding like a tide pulling back from the shore, and then they were gone. The forest fell silent, truly silent, without even the normal sounds of birds or insects. It was as if the entire world was holding its breath. We didn't stay to see if they would return. We made our way back to the car, following the main trail this time, and left the Maplewood forest behind. The whispers haven't returned to my dreams since that day. Whatever was haunting us seems to have moved on, or perhaps it's just biding its time, waiting for someone else to wander too deep into the woods. I still live in Maplewood, but I never go near the forest anymore. Sometimes, when the wind blows just right, I think I can hear faint voices carried on the breeze, and I wonder how many others have heard the whispers of the woods, and how many have been lost to them forever. Story 6. I've been working as a dispatcher at Montgomery County Emergency Services Center for almost 11 years now. December 14th, 2013 is a date that's burned into my memory forever. I've never shared this story outside of the formal investigation because, honestly, who would believe it? But I need to get this off my chest. It was a Saturday evening shift. Nothing unusual about it. Weather was clear, call volume moderate. I remember joking with Tobias about his ugly Christmas sweater while Alicia was complaining about holiday traffic. We were just going about our business, handling calls, dispatching units, normal stuff. At exactly 8:47 p.m., every single radio channel went dead, just complete silence. At first, I thought my headset had malfunctioned. I tapped it, adjusted the volume, checked connections. Nothing. Then I noticed Tobias and Alicia doing the same thing. The realization hit all of us at once. The entire radio system was down. Our supervisor, Mark, immediately initiated emergency protocols. This shouldn't have been possible. Our system had triple redundancy, main power, backup generators, and even satellite capabilities. It was designed specifically to prevent this exact scenario. We're talking about a multi-million-dollar communications infrastructure that was barely 2 years old. I still remember the panic that started creeping in as we realized none of our backup systems were responding either. We had officers scattered across the entire county with no way to communicate with them. The phone lines were still working, thank God, so we started calling patrol sergeants on their cell phones, trying to establish some kind of command structure. About 15 minutes into the blackout, things started getting weird. I noticed Alicia rubbing her temples, wincing. When I asked if she was okay, she just whispered, "Do you hear that?" At first, I didn't hear anything. Then it started, this faint static in my headset. Not the normal kind, but something that seemed to pulse, almost like it had a rhythm to it. Within that static, I swear I could hear whispers, not clear words, just fragments, like dozens of conversations overlapping. The headache hit me suddenly. It felt like someone was driving an ice pick through my right eye. I've had migraines before, but this was different, more intense, more focused. I noticed Tobias and Alicia were both experiencing the same thing. Tobias had actually tilted his trash can closer to his workstation and was spitting blood into it from a nosebleed that had started without warning. Around 30 minutes in, my cell phone rang. It was Officer Ramirez, sounding completely freaked out. "Catherine, are you sending these transmissions?" he demanded. When I asked what transmissions, since our system was down, he said he was hearing a voice on his radio that sounded like me, but it was saying things that made no sense. Personal things about his wife and kids, details about a conversation they'd had at breakfast that morning. Before I could even process that, other calls started coming in. Officer Chen was hysterical, saying she heard someone discussing her daughter's rare autoimmune condition, information she'd never shared with anyone at work. Officer Wilson reported hearing his dead partner's voice coming through clear as day, referencing a case they'd worked 5 years ago. I tried to stay calm, to be the voice of reason, but it was getting harder as my own symptoms intensified. The whispers in my headset were getting louder, more distinct. I could almost make out words now, phrases. Some sounded like standard police codes and responses, but others were personal. I heard someone mention my cat by name and describe the pajamas I'd worn to bed the night before. How was that possible? Our radios weren't working, yet somehow they were transmitting information nobody should have known. Around the 1-hour mark, I saw Tobias suddenly stand up. His face was pale, expressionless. He took off his headset very deliberately, set it down, and walked out of the dispatch center without saying a word. Alicia called after him, but he didn't respond. He just kept walking. The security footage later showed him walking straight to the parking lot, where he sat in his car, staring at nothing. When they found him 20 minutes later, he was completely unresponsive, breathing and conscious, but not reacting to anything. He spent 3 days in the hospital, and to this day he says he has no memory of leaving his station or anything that happened afterward. The radios came back online at exactly 10:03 p.m., 76 minutes after they'd gone dead. It wasn't gradual. 1 second, there was nothing but that terrible whispering static, and the next, normal communications resumed as if nothing had happened. The relief was overwhelming, but so was the confusion and fear. In the days that followed, the technical investigation uncovered something that still gives me nightmares. Despite not being able to transmit or receive, the system had been recording the entire time. When the techs played back those recordings, what they found was impossible to explain. There were thousands of overlapping conversations, not just active police communications from that night, but fragments of radio traffic going back years. I recognized my own voice from calls I'd handled months earlier, seamlessly mixed with transmissions from officers who had retired or even died. Between these fragments were pieces of personal conversations that officers recognized from their homes or private vehicles. I was there when they played some of these recordings for Officer Chen. She broke down completely when she heard herself singing a lullaby to her daughter, something she'd done in the privacy of her own home the previous evening. The FBI got involved at that point. They brought in specialists, communication experts, even people who analyze electronic intelligence. Their final report was heavily redacted before we saw it, but one phrase stood out: anomalous system behavior that cannot be fully explained by current understanding of telecommunications technology. In other words, they had no idea what happened. The official explanation given to the public was a cascading equipment failure combined with atmospheric interference. Those of us who experienced it knew that was bullshit. But what alternative explanation could there be? Some of the officers developed theories. Officer Wilson, who heard his dead partner's voice, became convinced our system had somehow tapped into something beyond our understanding, that the boundary between past and present had temporarily dissolved. Others believed it was an elaborate psychological operation, maybe a test by some government agency. I don't know what to believe. All I know is that our radio system was designed to be infallible, and for 76 minutes it became something else entirely, something that knew us, that could reach into our private lives and pull out our secrets. The psychological impact was profound. 3 dispatchers, including Tobias, transferred to other departments within months. 5 officers resigned. Those of us who stayed developed new habits. I noticed officers constantly checking their radios, turning them off between calls, or even removing the batteries when having personal conversations. As for me, I still work the same position, but I've never fully trusted the system again. Sometimes when I'm alone on the night shift and the call volume is low, I swear I can still hear that faint whispering static beneath the normal radio traffic. I've had my headset checked multiple times, but they never find anything wrong with it. The thing that bothers me most is the timing. Exactly 76 minutes. Not 75, not 80. 76 minutes of perfect silence, followed by 76 minutes of impossible communications, and then an abrupt return to normal. It feels deliberate, calculated, like whatever or whoever took over our system was sending us a message. It's been over 10 years now, and the incident has faded into department legend. New recruits hear about it as a ghost story, the night all the radios went dead and started speaking secrets. Most of them laugh it off. But those of us who were there that night, we don't laugh. We remember the headaches, the nosebleeds, the violations of our most private moments. We remember Tobias sitting catatonic in his car. We remember the voices of the dead coming through our speakers, and we wonder, if it happened once, could it happen again? What if next time it lasts longer than 76 minutes? What if next time, whatever was reaching through our radios decides to do more than just listen and repeat? I still take an over-the-counter sleep aid every night. Without it, I lie awake listening to the electronic devices in my apartment, convinced they're whispering to each other. I've removed all smart speakers, disconnected my TV from the internet, and I keep my phone in a signal-blocking pouch at night. The department provided counseling, of course. The therapist nodded sympathetically while I described hearing my dead father's voice through my headset, reciting a bedtime story he used to tell me as a child, a private memory that couldn't possibly have been recorded anywhere. She suggested it was auditory hallucinations brought on by stress and the power of suggestion. Maybe she's right. Maybe we all collectively lost our minds for 76 minutes that December night. That would actually be more comforting than the alternative, that something found a way to reach through our communication system and touch us where we're most vulnerable. The investigation officially concluded with no definitive explanation. The system was thoroughly overhauled, additional redundancies added, monitoring software installed. There hasn't been another complete blackout since, but sometimes, just for a fraction of a second, I'll catch something in my headset, a fragment of a conversation I had yesterday at home, a snippet of a phone call I made last week. And I know I'm not the only one. I've seen the way Officer Chen flinches sometimes when she's listening to radio traffic, the way her hand instinctively moves to switch off her receiver. Whatever happened that night left a mark on all of us, an uncertainty, a question that will never be answered. In our line of work, the radio is supposed to be the one thing we can absolutely trust. It's our lifeline, our connection to help when everything goes wrong. That night shattered that trust in a way that can never be fully repaired. 76 minutes, all these years later, and I still don't know why. Story 7. I never believed in ghosts or supernatural stuff when I was a kid. My parents weren't religious or superstitious, and we never talked about that kind of thing in our house. But after what's been happening these past few months, I honestly don't know what to believe anymore. I'm 19, and I've lived in the same apartment my whole life. A place in Elderwood Heights that's been in my family since my great-grandparents' time. It's pretty old, with those squeaky wooden floors and outdated wallpaper that my mum keeps saying we should replace but never does. My bedroom is at the end of a long hallway, opposite the kitchen and living room. There's nothing special about the place, really. Just a normal apartment, or at least I thought it was. Growing up, everything was completely normal, like boringly normal. We never had any weird experiences, no strange noises, nothing that would make you think twice. But when I was around 10, things started happening that I couldn't explain. Little things at first. A mug would fall off the counter in the kitchen when nobody was near it, or we'd hear what sounded like footsteps on the balcony when it was empty. My parents always had logical explanations. The building settling, the neighbors upstairs making noise, the wind. After a few months, whatever it was stopped, and I pretty much forgot about it until about 3 weeks ago. It started with my hairbrush. I always keep it on my dresser, pushed back against the wall so it doesn't fall. I was sitting on my bed scrolling through TikTok when I heard it hit the floor. I didn't think much of it. Maybe I hadn't placed it properly, or maybe my cat Milo had jumped up there without me noticing. 2 days later, my hairspray fell, twice. The first time could have been because I placed it too close to the edge of the bathroom counter. But the second time? No way. I had deliberately pushed it back against the wall after the first incident. Not only did it fall, but it rolled across my hallway carpet. And if you've ever seen this carpet, you'd know how ridiculous that is. It's this thick plush thing my mom insisted on installing a few years back. Nothing rolls on it. It's practically impossible. That's when I started paying attention. Last Friday night, I was alone in the apartment. My parents were visiting my aunt for the weekend, and I'd stayed behind because I had work on Saturday morning. I woke up around 2 in the morning to what sounded like footsteps, not from the apartment above or next door, from right beside my bed. I froze, not even breathing, just listening. The footsteps circled my bed twice before stopping. I finally worked up the courage to turn on my lamp, and of course, nothing was there. I convinced myself it was just a dream and went back to sleep. The next day, I came home from work and found one of my posters on the floor. It had been taped securely to the wall for over a year without any issues. All 4 pieces of tape were still stuck to the poster, still sticky, like something had deliberately pulled it down rather than it falling because the adhesive failed. On Monday, I was organizing my makeup in the bathroom when a brand new pack of cotton pads flew off the counter. Not fell, flew, like someone had swept them off with force. They landed nearly 4 feet away from where they'd been sitting. I texted my best friend Jenna about it, and she joked that maybe I had a ghost roommate. I laughed it off, but honestly, I was starting to get freaked out. But what happened on Wednesday morning was what really got to me. I was lying in bed, half awake, scrolling through my phone. The apartment was completely silent. My parents had already left for work, and Milo was curled up at the foot of my bed. Then I heard it, breathing. Not my breathing, not Milo's quiet purring, but someone else's breath, right next to my right ear. It was so close I could feel the warmth of it. I jerked up and whipped around, but there was nothing there, just my empty pillow and the wall. I didn't tell my parents. What would I say? Hey, I think someone invisible is breathing in my ear. They'd think I was losing it, but last night was something else entirely. I couldn't sleep, so I was just lying in bed scrolling through Reddit at around 3 in the morning. My door was open and the hallway was dark. Suddenly, at exactly 3:25, I checked my phone. I heard what sounded like forks and knives clattering against plates in our kitchen, like someone was setting the table or doing dishes, but violently. I froze, my heart pounding. My parents were asleep in their room, which is on the opposite side of the apartment from mine. The kitchen is between us, so they wouldn't have heard it. Milo, who had been sleeping at the foot of my bed, shot up and stared toward the hallway, his ears perked and his tail puffed up. The clattering continued for about 30 seconds, then stopped. I waited, listening. Nothing. Finally, I gathered my courage and got out of bed. I turned on my phone's flashlight and walked slowly down the hallway toward the kitchen. When I got there, I flipped on the light. Everything was exactly as we'd left it after dinner. Dishes washed and put away. No forks or plates out. Nothing disturbed. I checked the rest of the apartment. Living room, bathroom, my parents' room. I peeked in without waking them. Everything was normal. I even checked the front door to make sure it was locked. It was. Convinced I must have imagined it, I went back to bed, turned off the light and tried to relax. Not even 5 minutes later, the clattering started again, louder this time, like someone was deliberately banging silverware against plates. Again, I got up. Again, I went to the kitchen. Again, everything was exactly as it should be. This happened a third time. By now, I was terrified and angry at the same time. It felt like whatever this was, it was playing with me, waiting for me to check, then starting again as soon as I tried to convince myself it wasn't real. After the third time, I turned on all the lights in my room and the hallway, put on a stupid comedy show on my laptop, and eventually fell asleep as the sun was coming up. Tonight, though, tonight was the worst. It was only about 9:30 in the evening. Early, right? I was in my room texting Jenna about maybe going to a movie this weekend. My parents were in the living room watching TV. Milo was curled up next to me on the bed. Suddenly, there was a sound from the kitchen, like a chair being pushed across the floor, dragging and rattling. Milo immediately tensed up, his ears flattening against his head. He jumped off the bed and ran under it, which he never does. I sat up, staring down the hallway toward the kitchen. The hallway was dimly lit, just the small nightlight we keep plugged in halfway down so nobody trips going to the bathroom at night. From my bed I could see the entrance to the kitchen, but not inside it. As I was staring, trying to see if my parents had gone to the kitchen, though I could still hear the TV, I saw something. Something that makes my skin crawl just thinking about it. A shadow. But not like a normal shadow cast by the nightlight or the TV. This was solid, darker than the darkness around it, and it had a shape, the shape of a small child, maybe 5 or 6 years old. I could clearly see the outline of a head, shoulders, arms, legs. It ran from the direction of my room, past my doorway, and into the kitchen. It moved so fast, but I saw it clearly. I screamed, like actually screamed out loud. My parents came running. They checked the entire apartment, even looked out in the hallway, and called the building manager to see if any kids were running around. Nothing. The manager confirmed no children lived on our floor and no visitors had been logged in that evening. My mum tried to convince me it was just a shadow from the TV or headlights from a car outside. But I know what I saw, and it wasn't just a trick of the light. This thing had dimension, it had limbs, it moved with purpose. The worst part is, I don't know what it wants. Is it attached to me, to the apartment? Did something happen here that we don't know about? My great-grandparents never mentioned anything unusual about this place, at least not that my parents have told me. And why now? Why after all these years of nothing happening? The incidents when I was 10 were minor compared to this. This feels targeted. Like whatever this is, it's trying to get my attention specifically. I'm typing this from my bed right now. My parents think I'm overreacting and went back to watching their show. Milo still won't come out from under the bed. I keep staring at my doorway, half expecting to see that shadow child again. I don't know what to do. I don't want to leave my family home, but I also don't want to live in fear every night. I've thought about setting up cameras, but part of me is terrified of what they might capture. Has anyone else experienced anything like this? Something that escalates over time? Something that seems to be intelligent, like it's playing games with you? I'm honestly desperate for any advice right now. I haven't slept properly in days. and I'm starting to jump at every little sound. Wait, I just heard the chair in the kitchen move again. My parents are in their bedroom now. I can hear them talking. There's no one in the kitchen. I don't want to go check. I really don't. But I also can't just sit here. If whatever this is wants my attention, I guess it has it now. Story 8. I've never been a big believer in the paranormal. Ghost stories were always just that to me, stories. But something happened last summer that I still can't explain, and I'm hoping that writing it down might help me process it somehow. I'm 21, and I was home from college for the summer break. My parents' house is in this really quiet suburban neighborhood in Massachusetts, the kind of place where everyone has a neatly trimmed lawn, and the most exciting thing that happens is when someone gets a new car. It's mind-numbingly boring, especially after living in the city for college. My mom has always been super strict about smoking. She caught me once when I was 16 and completely lost it. So whenever I'm home and need a cigarette, I have this whole sneaking around routine. I wait until my parents are asleep, then I go out to the driveway, sit on this old plastic chair behind my mom's Subaru, and smoke where the house can't pick up the smell. It's stupid. I know, I'm a grown adult sneaking around like a teenager, but it's easier than dealing with the lectures. Across the street from us is this old house owned by the Hendersons. They're this elderly couple, probably in their 70s, who are barely ever home. They're always traveling to visit their grandkids or going on those senior bus tours. Their property is way different from the others on our street. It's got these massive old oak trees and overgrown shrubs. There's also this collection of old outbuildings in their backyard, a garage, a garden shed, and this weird little structure that I think used to be some kind of workshop. The whole place has this forgotten feeling to it. So anyway, this was mid-July. It was hot as hell during the day, but the nights cooled down enough to be comfortable. I remember it was a Wednesday because I'd been binge-watching this new Netflix show all day and lost track of time. When I finally checked my phone, it was already past 2 in the morning. I was feeling antsy and needed a smoke, so I did my usual routine. Quietly opened my bedroom door, tiptoed down the stairs, avoiding that one step that always creaks, and slipped out the side door into the garage. From there, I went out to the driveway. It was one of those perfectly still summer nights. No breeze, no cars, not even the usual cricket sounds. Just this heavy silence that felt almost physical. The streetlights cast this weird orange glow over everything. The Hendersons were away as usual. Their house was completely dark. I sat in my plastic chair, lit up, and started scrolling through Instagram. I must have been sitting there for about 20 minutes. According to my phone, it was around 3 in the morning when it happened. The first scream came out of nowhere. It cut through the silence like a knife. I actually dropped my phone onto the concrete. The sound came from across the street, specifically from the direction of the Hendersons' backyard. It's hard to describe that scream accurately. It wasn't like a horror movie scream or someone being startled. It was this deep, guttural sound that didn't even seem fully human, like someone, or something, was in absolute agony. But it also had this muffled quality to it, like it was coming from inside one of those outbuildings. My first thought was that maybe someone had broken into the Hendersons' place and gotten hurt. But then there was a second scream, and this one was different. It had this, I don't know how to explain it, this primal quality. Like it wasn't just pain, but something deeper and more disturbing. The rational part of my brain was saying I should call 911 or go check it out, but I couldn't move. I was frozen in that stupid plastic chair, my cigarette burning down between my fingers until it singed me. And the weirdest part was the fear I felt. It wasn't concern for whoever might be screaming. It was pure instinctive terror, like every cell in my body was screaming at me to get away from there. When I finally could move, I didn't grab my phone to call for help. I didn't run across the street to investigate. I just scrambled back into my house, locked the door behind me, and ran up to my bedroom. I sat on my bed with all the lights on until the sun came up, just listening, but there were no more screams. The next morning, I told myself I'd imagined it or exaggerated it somehow. Maybe it was just a fox or some other animal. They can make some pretty human-like sounds sometimes. I almost convinced myself that's what it was. I kept an eye on the Hendersons' place over the next few days, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. No police, no ambulances, no signs of a break-in. The Hendersons weren't due back for another week, according to my mom, who keeps track of everyone's comings and goings. I tried to forget about it. I even went back to my nighttime smoking routine, though I found myself finishing my cigarettes a lot faster and constantly looking over at the Hendersons' property. Almost exactly 2 weeks later, again around 3 in the morning, I was in my usual spot when it happened again. The same horrific screaming coming from the same place. This time there was no mistaking it. It started with one long, drawn-out wail that made my skin crawl, followed by several shorter cries that sounded like they were being wrenched out of someone. But here's the thing that still bothers me the most. The screams were identical to what I'd heard 2 weeks earlier. Not just similar, identical, like someone was playing a recording. The same pitch, the same duration, the same pattern. It was like listening to the same audio clip being played again. This time, I managed to record a bit of it on my phone. The quality is terrible. You can barely hear anything except some muffled sounds, but I know what I heard. When I played it back later, it sounded nothing like what I'd experienced. It was like the recorder couldn't capture whatever was making that sound. The Hendersons came back a few days later. I kept thinking about those screams, wondering if I should tell someone. My parents would think I was making it up or that I'd been drinking. The police would probably think the same thing. About a week after they returned, I saw Mrs. Henderson outside watering her flowers. She's this tiny woman with white hair who always wears these colorful gardening hats. I decided to go over and talk to her, maybe casually mention the screams to see her reaction. "Hey, Mrs. Henderson," I said, trying to sound casual. "How was your trip?" She seemed happy to chat, told me all about visiting her daughter in Arizona, how hot it was, the whole thing. Eventually, I worked up the courage to bring it up. "So, while you were gone, I heard some weird noises coming from your backyard. It was really late, like 3 in the morning, sounded like someone screaming." I expected her to be concerned or confused. Instead, she gave me this knowing little smile that made my stomach drop. "Oh, that old thing," she said, waving her hand dismissively. "When Howard and I first moved in, must be 30 years ago now, the previous owner's kids told us the shed was haunted. She chuckled like it was some silly joke, said they used to hear all sorts of things back there at night. We never paid it much mind." She went on talking about her flowers or something, but I wasn't really listening anymore. My mind was stuck on what she had said, so casually, like she was discussing the weather. The previous owner's kids had heard things too. The shed was haunted. "Have you ever heard anything?" I managed to ask. Mrs. Henderson adjusted her hat and thought for a moment. "Well, Howard's hearing isn't what it used to be, and I take my hearing aids out at night. But there have been a few times over the years when I thought I heard something. Never bothered to investigate, though. At my age, you learn not to go looking for trouble." She said it so matter-of-factly, like we were discussing a raccoon getting into the garbage cans, not like we were talking about blood-curdling screams coming from her property in the middle of the night. After that conversation, I couldn't stop thinking about that shed. It's this small wooden structure at the far end of their property, partially hidden by overgrown shrubs. During the day, it looks completely ordinary. Weathered wood, a small window with dirty glass, a padlock on the door that looks like it hasn't been opened in years. I tried to do some research on the house's history, but there wasn't much to find. The property records showed the Hendersons had owned it since the late 80s. Before that, it belonged to a family named Carpenter. No reports of deaths or crimes or anything that would explain the screaming. As the summer went on, I kept my late-night smoking routine, half dreading and half hoping to hear the screams again. It happened one more time, exactly 2 weeks after the second incident. Same time, 3 a.m. Same sounds, same pattern, same unbearable feeling of terror that came with it. This time, I forced myself to watch the Hendersons' backyard while it was happening. The shed was just visible from my driveway, a dark shape against the darker trees, and I swear, I saw a faint light flickering inside it, visible through that grimy window. Not like an electric light, but something more unsteady, like a candle or lantern. The next morning I walked by the Hendersons' property and looked at the shed. The padlock was still in place, covered in rust and cobwebs. It clearly hadn't been opened in years. I went back to college a week later, and I've never been so glad to leave home. I haven't told anyone else about this. Who would believe me? Sometimes I almost convince myself that it was all in my head, or that there's some logical explanation I'm missing. But then I remember Mrs. Henderson's casual confirmation, the identical nature of the screams exactly 2 weeks apart, and that flickering light in a locked shed. And I know that whatever I heard that night wasn't human suffering, at least not from anyone living. It was something else, something trapped or bound to that ordinary-looking shed, reliving its torment on some schedule I don't understand. I'm going home for Thanksgiving in a few weeks. I've already decided I'm going to quit smoking before then. No way am I sitting out in that driveway at 3 in the morning ever again. Story 9. I'm still shaking a bit as I type this, and I've deleted and rewritten this first part like 5 times already. I don't normally share personal stuff online, but I need to tell someone who might actually believe me. My family thinks I'm overreacting, and my friends just laugh it off. But I know what I saw, and I know what's happening in our house. We moved to Millfield about 7 months ago. My husband got a promotion that required relocation, and we found this gorgeous Victorian-style house that was surprisingly affordable. 4 bedrooms, 2.5 baths, beautiful molding, hardwood floors throughout, and a huge backyard for our dog, Max. The realtor kept going on about what a steal it was. Now I understand why. During the showing, everything seemed perfect. The kids were excited about having their own rooms, and I was already planning where all our furniture would go. The only weird thing was that the basement door was locked. The realtor claimed she didn't have the key. She brushed it off, saying the owners probably just forgot to leave it, and we could have a locksmith come after closing. I didn't think much of it at the time. We were getting such a good deal, and the rest of the house was exactly what we wanted. After moving in, my husband got impatient with waiting for the previous owners to send the key, which they never did, so he just broke the lock. I remember standing at the top of the stairs, flipping the light switch, watching the bare bulb flicker on. The basement was mostly empty. Concrete floor, stone foundation walls, some old shelves. But as we descended the stairs, my stomach dropped. There, in the center of the floor, was a massive pentagram painted in what looked like dark red paint. It was maybe 6 feet across, with symbols I didn't recognize written around the edges, and nailed to the wall above it was an envelope. My husband grabbed it while I stood there, unable to take my eyes off that symbol. Inside was a handwritten letter, dated just 3 months before we bought the house. To whoever finds this, I'm sorry, I didn't mean for any of this to happen. I was just curious about witchcraft, about communing with spirits. It was supposed to be harmless, but I opened something I couldn't close. I tried everything, cleansing rituals, protection spells, even Christian prayers, though I've never been religious. Nothing worked. I can't stay here anymore. I don't know what will happen to you, but please be careful. Some nights are worse than others. New moon is the worst. Rebecca. My husband laughed it off, said it was probably just the previous owner trying to freak out whoever bought the place, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was seriously wrong. That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking about that pentagram, about the desperation in that woman's handwriting. The next day, we bought paint and covered the entire basement floor. I watched my husband roll thick gray paint over that symbol, relief washing over me as it disappeared beneath each stroke. But the next morning, when I went down to do laundry, I nearly screamed. The pentagram was visible again, not completely, but like it was bleeding through the fresh paint, just a faint outline, but definitely there. We painted it again and again, 3 coats of paint, and still, it kept coming back. My husband said it was probably just the old paint seeping through, that we needed a better primer or something, but I knew that wasn't it. I could feel it. Then things started happening around the house. Small things at first. Items not being where we left them. Doors we'd closed being open in the morning. We started hearing noises at night. Not the normal settling of an old house, but distinct sounds. Cabinets opening and closing in the kitchen, children laughing when my kids were fast asleep, footsteps running down hallways when everyone was in bed. My husband kept saying I was being paranoid, that old houses make weird noises, but then he started noticing things too. Pictures would fall off walls for no reason. All three of our smoke detectors went off simultaneously in the middle of the night, but when he checked, there was no smoke, no fire, nothing wrong with them at all. Our dog, Max, started refusing to go down certain hallways. He'd growl at empty corners, his hackles raised. Sometimes he'd just sit and stare at the basement door, whining softly. The kids started having nightmares, all three of them, the same night, about a shadow lady who stood at the foot of their beds. My youngest started sleepwalking, something she'd never done before. We'd find her in the morning sitting in front of the basement door. After about 2 months of this, I couldn't take it anymore. I'm not particularly religious, but I called a local church and asked if someone could come bless the house. They sent Father Thomas, an older priest with kind eyes and a calming presence. The moment he walked in, something strange happened. He paused in our entryway, his head tilting slightly like he was listening to something. Then he asked, "Where's your basement?" Not, "Do you have a basement?" but specifically where it was, like he knew exactly what the problem was. I led him down there, and he stood at the edge of that faded pentagram for a long time without saying anything. Finally, he turned to me and said, "Something was invited here that shouldn't have been." He blessed the house, sprinkled holy water in every room, and said some prayers in Latin in the basement. He seemed confident it would help, but as he was leaving, he handed me his card and said, "Call me if things don't improve, day or night." Things did get better after that. The noises stopped. The kids slept through the night. Max stopped staring at empty corners. For about 3 weeks, everything was normal, and I started to think maybe it was over. Then last weekend, my husband took the kids to visit his parents. I stayed behind because I had a work deadline, and honestly, I was looking forward to having the house to myself for a couple of days. Max stayed with me for company. The first night was fine. I worked late, went to bed around midnight, and slept peacefully. But the second night, I was in bed reading when I noticed something odd about the corner of my bedroom, the one farthest from the door. It looked darker than it should have. Not just shadowy, but like the darkness was deeper, somehow more solid than normal darkness. I tried to convince myself it was just my imagination, but then Max noticed it too. He'd been sleeping at the foot of my bed, but suddenly he was on his feet, facing that corner, growling. I'd never heard him make that sound before. Not just a warning growl, but a deep, threatening snarl. His entire body was rigid, hackles raised along his spine. I turned on my bedside lamp, but the corner still seemed unnaturally dark. Max wouldn't stop growling. He stepped forward, still facing the corner, looking like he was ready to attack something I couldn't see. "Max, stop," I said, but my voice sounded tiny and scared even to my own ears. He ignored me completely, taking another step toward the corner, still growling. I reached for my phone, not even sure who I was going to call. As I did, the lamp flickered, just once, but it was enough to make my heart race. Max lunged toward the corner, barking frantically now, and I screamed his name. The light steadied, and suddenly the corner looked normal again, just a regular corner with my laundry hamper and an old chair. Max stopped barking but kept staring, his body still tense. I got out of bed, grabbed Max by the collar, and dragged him out of the room. We went downstairs to the living room, where I turned on every light I could find. I sat on the couch with Max pressed against me, still trembling slightly. I told myself I was being ridiculous, that it was just shadows playing tricks on me. After about an hour, Max seemed to calm down. He lay beside me on the couch, occasionally lifting his head to look around, but no longer growling. I was exhausted, and eventually, I convinced myself to go back upstairs. I couldn't spend the whole night on the couch. I kept all the lights on as we went back to the bedroom. Everything looked normal. I checked the corner thoroughly. Nothing unusual, no strange shadows, just my ordinary bedroom. I got into bed, Max settling at my feet again, and tried to sleep with the bedside lamp still on. I must have dozed off eventually because I woke suddenly to Max's growling. It was the same deep, threatening sound from earlier. I opened my eyes to see him standing at the foot of the bed, facing that same corner again. The bedside lamp was still on, but somehow that corner was dark again, darker than it should have been, like the light couldn't reach it. And this time, I could have sworn I saw movement within the darkness. Not a clear shape, but a shifting, like something was stirring inside that concentrated patch of shadow. Max's growl turned into frantic barking. He jumped off the bed and positioned himself between me and the corner, still barking. I scrambled backwards until my back hit the headboard. The darkness seemed to be spreading, creeping outward from the corner, and there was a smell now, something rotten and old, like meat left too long in the sun. I didn't think, I just reacted. I grabbed my phone and my car keys, called for Max, and ran down the stairs, through the living room, out the front door. Max was right beside me the whole time, still looking back over his shoulder and growling. We got into my car and I locked the doors, my hands shaking so badly I dropped the keys twice. As I started the engine, I looked back at the house. My bedroom window, which faced the front yard, was visible from where I'd parked, and it was completely black. Not just dark, but filled with an inky, impenetrable blackness that seemed to press against the glass. I drove to a motel about 20 minutes away and spent the night there with Max, who wouldn't stop pacing and whining. In the morning, I called my husband and made up some excuse about a water leak, asking him to come home a day early. When they got home, everything seemed normal. No strange darkness, no odd smells, nothing out of place. My husband checked the whole house and found nothing wrong. I didn't tell him the real reason I'd left. I knew he wouldn't believe me, but I know what I saw. I know what Max saw too, and I haven't stayed alone in that house since then. I won't. When my husband has to travel for work, the kids and I go to my mom's place. I've told him it's to help her out, but really, I can't bear the thought of being in that house without him, especially at night. The pentagram in the basement is still visible, still bleeding through despite 6 coats of paint now. I've contacted Father Thomas again, and he's coming next week to perform a more thorough blessing. But I don't know if it will help. Whatever was invited into our home is still here, watching, waiting. And I don't know what it wants or how to make it leave. I still haven't found any information about the previous owner, Rebecca. The real estate records just show the house was sold by a bank after a foreclosure. I've tried searching for her online, but without a last name. It's impossible. I just keep wondering what happened to her, if she experienced the same things we have and where she is now. I don't know what to do. We can't afford to move again so soon, and would it even matter? What if whatever is in our house somehow follows us? What if it's attached to us now, not just the house? All I know is that something is in our home that shouldn't be, and it's getting stronger, and I'm terrified of what might happen when it finally decides to do more than just hide in the shadows. Story 10. I've never told this story online before. Hell, I've barely told it to anyone, mostly because I don't think they'd believe me. But I need to get this off my chest before I lose my mind. Maybe someone here has seen something similar. I worked for Carlington Energy as a field technician back in 2008. When they announced the fracking operation in Heddleton, Tennessee, I was excited. Good pay, steady work, and I'd be helping bring jobs to a struggling town. My sister and her husband lived there with their kids, and like everyone else, they were hopeful this would turn things around. For a while, it did. The town was buzzing. New businesses opened. People were spending money again. My brother-in-law got hired at the site as security. My niece Lily was starting first grade. Everything seemed perfect. I remember the exact day things started changing. It was a Tuesday in late September. My sister called, sounding worried about Lily. She'd been having nightmares about people in the dark water. Kids have weird dreams, right? But then my sister mentioned Lily's teacher called because 5 other kids in her class described the same thing. Not just similar, identical. They all talked about figures with long arms and legs and skin that looked wet and shiny. The worst part was what Lily told my sister. They don't talk with words. They put pictures in my head. I brushed it off as kids being kids. Maybe they'd watched something scary at school, or one kid made up a story and the others copied it, but I couldn't shake this uneasy feeling. A week later, I started noticing weird things at the drill site. The water samples we were pulling up had this strange metallic smell. Some of the guys complained about tasting metal even when they weren't near the samples. A few had nosebleeds. I got them too, waking up with my pillow stained red. And the dreams. Jesus, the dreams. I kept seeing these massive underground caves filled with dark water, feeling like something was watching me from below. My supervisor ignored my concerns. Production was at an all-time high, and nobody wanted to hear about potential problems. It's just the mineral content, he'd say. Nothing to worry about. Then came what happened with Thomas Weaver. He'd been my niece's kindergarten teacher the year before. A quiet, respected guy who'd taught in Heddleton for 20 years. One morning, he barricaded himself in the school bathroom and started tearing apart the sinks with a fire extinguisher. When they finally got him out, he was covered in water and blood from cutting himself on the porcelain. He kept screaming that something was trying to come through the pipes, said he could hear voices that sounded like people but wrong, like they're underwater and speaking all at once. They took him to the hospital in Knoxville. The official story was he had a nervous breakdown, but my sister visited him and she said he was completely lucid, terrified but lucid. He kept saying the same thing. They found a way in through the water. By then, I was starting to get seriously freaked out. At work, I noticed other techs looking tired, jumpy. Nobody was sleeping well. Everyone had the dreams. Some guys quit without notice. Management brought in replacements from outside the area who hadn't heard the rumors. Then Jacob Finch disappeared. He was 13, friends with my nephew. His parents found his bed empty one morning with this puddle of dark liquid on the floor. It wasn't water, wasn't blood. Nobody could identify it. The search parties found nothing. The cops treated it as a runaway case, even though none of his stuff was missing. 3 more people vanished that week. Same circumstances, just gone, with those strange puddles left behind. People started buying bottled water, avoiding showers. My sister called me crying, saying she'd heard whispering coming from their bathroom drain in the middle of the night. I couldn't ignore it anymore. Something was seriously wrong in Heddleton, and I was pretty sure it had something to do with our drilling operation. I went to my manager with my concerns, but he laughed it off, said I was getting paranoid like the rest of the town, but I had access to the site records. Late one night, I checked the drilling logs and found something strange. We'd hit what the geologists called an anomalous aquifer system at a depth that shouldn't have been possible according to all existing surveys. The water from this level had a unique chemical composition, unlike anything in our reference materials, and the drilling had punctured straight into it. That same night, I ran into Dr. Elaine Carver at the site. She was a geology professor from the university in Knoxville who'd been consulting for Carlington. She looked terrible, like she hadn't slept in days. When I mentioned the aquifer, her whole demeanor changed. "That water's been isolated for millions of years," she whispered. "Do you understand what that means? Millions of years of separate evolution. Whatever's down there has never interacted with surface life." She showed me water samples she'd been analyzing privately. Under the microscope, I could see these tiny things moving in ways that didn't look natural, not bacteria or any microorganism I recognized. They moved with purpose. Dr. Carver believed the drilling had created a pathway for whatever lived in that deep water to reach the surface. She was planning to collect more samples that night and take them to colleagues who weren't on Carlington's payroll. I had to leave for my shift, but I promised to help her when I got off. That was the last time anyone saw Elaine Carver alive. The security footage showed her collecting samples near the main shaft around 2 in the morning. The camera glitched for a few seconds, and when the image returned, she was being pulled backwards toward the darkness beyond the work lights. The footage showed her clawing at the ground, but whatever was dragging her wasn't visible on camera. Then she was just gone. Management tried to keep it quiet, saying she must have fallen into a sinkhole or some bullshit. But rumors spread fast in a small town. People were panicking. More disappearances followed. A family of 4 vanished from their home. An entire night shift at the local factory, 7 people, never came home. The breaking point came when 3 night workers at our site reported seeing people-shaped things climbing out of the main shaft. They said these things moved wrong, like their joints bent in impossible ways. Their skin glistened like it was wet, even after they'd been out of the water for minutes. And their faces. The workers couldn't describe their faces properly, just that looking at them made them feel sick. The next day, Carlington announced they were temporarily suspending operations for routine maintenance. Within 48 hours, they'd brought in heavy equipment and filled the main shaft with concrete. They laid off most of the local workers, myself included, with generous severance packages and non-disclosure agreements. I signed it. God help me, I took the money and signed it. I was scared and wanted out. I urged my sister to leave Heddleton, but they couldn't just abandon their house, not in an economy that was already crashing with Carlington pulling out. For a few weeks, things quieted down. No more disappearances. People started to relax, thinking whatever had happened was contained when they sealed the shaft. I almost convinced myself it was over. Then came the water incidents. My sister called in hysterics because their faucets turned on by themselves in the middle of the night. Others reported the same thing. Kitchen sinks, bathroom taps, garden hoses suddenly flowing at full blast with no one touching them. People heard whispering sounds from their drains. Toilets flushed on their own, and for a split second the water in the bowl would look black before clearing up. My brother-in-law installed cameras in their house. The footage showed their bathroom faucet turning on at 3:14 in the morning. For just a few frames, there appeared to be a long, thin finger wrapped around the handle, but it didn't look human. The skin had a reflective quality, like it was covered in slime. By early November, half the town had fled. Those who remained were mostly people who couldn't afford to leave. Then the rains came. 3 days of constant downpour caused the creek running through town to overflow. Streets flooded, power went out. Emergency services were overwhelmed. On November 7th, during the worst of the flooding, Sheriff Kincaid was coordinating rescue efforts when his radio transmission suddenly cut off. The last thing anyone heard him say was, "They're not just in the water anymore, they're learning, they're wearing." When the National Guard arrived the next day, they found abandoned vehicles and empty rescue boats. Over 70 people had vanished during the flood. Witnesses described seeing humanoid figures moving within the floodwaters, grabbing people and pulling them under. But the most disturbing accounts came from those who said they saw people they recognized acting strangely, moving stiffly, not speaking, their skin looking somehow slick and wrong in the rain. The government declared a state of emergency. Within a week, Heddleton was evacuated and quarantined. They called it an environmental disaster related to chemical contamination from the drilling operation. Carlington Energy denied all responsibility, but settled a massive class action lawsuit out of court. I lost my sister and her family in that flood. Officially, they're listed as missing. I know they're never coming back. I moved to Arizona after that, as far from large bodies of water as I could get. I only use bottled water. I've sealed every drain in my house with concrete. I take short showers, always watching the drain, ready to run. But lately, I've been seeing reports from communities downstream from Heddleton. People developing metallic tastes in their mouths, nosebleeds, dreams of dark water and watching eyes, the same symptoms following the watershed from the old drilling site. Last night, for the first time in years, I had the dream again. I was back in those underground caves, but this time I could see them clearly. The figures moving through the dark water, and they had faces now. My sister's face, my niece's, Sheriff Kincaid's, but wrong, stretched over something that was never human. I woke up to the sound of my kitchen faucet running. Story 11. I've been putting off writing this down for over a month now, but after another sleepless night, hearing that goddamn humming sound, I need to get this out. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can make sense of what happened to me. Last October, I went to stay with my grandparents in rural Maine for a week. I'm 28, but my relationship with them has always been complicated. They raised me after my parents died in a car accident when I was 4, so they're the only real family I've ever known. But there were always these unspoken rules in their house that made growing up there feel suffocating. The biggest rule was about the woods behind their property. Never go into the hollow, my grandfather would say, not please don't go there or it's dangerous. Just a flat-out prohibition without explanation. When I was a kid, I'd ask why we called it the hollow instead of just the woods, but neither of them would ever answer directly. My grandmother would just change the subject, and my grandfather would get this dark look on his face. I respected the rule as a kid because, well, what choice did I have? But over the years, that unexplained prohibition planted this seed of curiosity that never went away. Even after I moved out at 18 and built my own life, something about those woods stayed with me. So when I went back to visit last month, I guess that lingering curiosity finally got the better of me. It wasn't planned. I wasn't thinking, hey, I'm finally going to disobey my elderly grandparents and go into the forbidden woods. It just sort of happened. It was my third night there. We'd had dinner, watched some old game show my grandfather loves, and they went to bed around 9. I wasn't tired yet, so I made some tea and sat on the back porch. It was one of those perfect October nights, crisp and cool with a nearly full moon. I could see the tree line from where I sat, and something about it just pulled at me. Before I even really thought it through, I was grabbing my phone for a flashlight and heading toward the path at the edge of their property. I remember thinking it was ridiculous that I, a grown-ass man, still felt like I was breaking some sacred rule. But I also remember my heart pounding as I approached the start of the trail. The path was barely there anymore, overgrown with weeds and brambles that caught on my jeans. It was obvious no one had used it in years, maybe decades. The weirdest thing I noticed right away was the silence. If you've ever been in the woods at night, you know they're not actually quiet. There's always something. Insects buzzing, leaves rustling, the occasional owl. But there was nothing in these woods. Just this heavy, pressing silence that felt watchful. I'd walked maybe half a mile when I started noticing the trees were changing. They were getting bigger, not just taller, but thicker, more ancient looking. Their roots twisted out of the ground in these unnatural patterns, like they were trying to grab at something, and they were all covered in this pale, almost luminous moss that seemed to glow faintly in my flashlight beam. That's when I noticed the first symbol. It was carved deep into the trunk of one of the largest trees, a perfect circle split by this jagged lightning bolt-looking line. Inside the circle were smaller markings I couldn't make out. I ran my fingers over it, and the carving felt warm, which made no sense. I pulled my hand back quickly, feeling like I'd touched something intimate that wasn't meant for me. As I went deeper, I found more of these symbols on other trees. They were all variations of that same circle with the split, but with different smaller symbols inside. I started taking pictures with my phone, thinking maybe I could research them later, but every photo came out blurry and distorted, no matter how steady I held my hand. That's when I started hearing it. This low humming sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't loud, but it had this quality that made my teeth ache and the hair on my arms stand up. It reminded me of power lines on a humid day, but organic somehow, like it was alive. I almost turned back then. Something in me was screaming that this was wrong, that I needed to get out. But there was something else too. This pull that I can't really explain, like the woods wanted me to see something. So I kept going, following the path as it wound deeper into the hollow. The humming got louder, and I noticed there were absolutely no animals anywhere. No birds, no squirrels, not even insects. Just the trees with their symbols and that constant throbbing hum. After walking for maybe 20 minutes total, I came to a clearing. The moonlight poured in, illuminating a perfect circle of stones surrounding a patch of blackened earth. The stones weren't huge, maybe 2 feet high, but they were placed with such precision that it was obviously deliberate, and each one had those same circular symbols carved into them. I stepped into the clearing, and the humming instantly changed pitch, becoming higher and more insistent. That's when I saw her. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the moonlight or my eyes adjusting. But then she became clearer, a woman floating about a foot off the ground on the far side of the stone circle. She had this long, tangled hair that moved like it was underwater, even though there was no breeze. Her skin was pale to the point of being translucent. I swear I could see the trees behind her through her body, but it was her eyes that really got to me. They were completely black, but not empty. They looked ancient and full of something I can't describe. Not malice exactly, but a kind of knowing that no human should have. I was frozen in place, literally unable to move my legs, when I heard her voice, except she didn't speak out loud. The voice was directly in my head, clear as day. "Why are you here? You shouldn't have come." Her voice didn't sound threatening. It sounded sad, mournful, like she was genuinely disappointed to see me there. That somehow made it worse than if she'd been angry. Something broke in me then. The paralyzing fear gave way to pure survival instinct. I turned and ran. I didn't follow the path, just crashed through the underbrush in what I hoped was the direction of my grandparents' house. Branches whipped my face, and I fell several times, tearing my jeans and scraping my hands raw on the rocks and roots. The whole time I ran, that humming followed me, getting louder and more frantic. I swear it was trying to keep pace with me. At one point, I glanced back and thought I saw multiple pale figures moving between the trees behind me, but I was running too hard to be sure. I don't know how long I ran, but eventually I broke through the tree line and saw my grandparents' house. I didn't stop running until I was inside, door locked behind me. I was hyperventilating, covered in sweat and dirt and blood from the scratches on my hands and face. I checked the time. It was just past midnight. I'd been in the woods for nearly 3 hours, though it hadn't felt nearly that long. I was terrified my grandparents would wake up and ask what happened, but the house remained quiet. I cleaned myself up as best I could and sat awake for the rest of the night, jumping at every creak and groan of the old house. I kept hearing that humming, faintly, like it had followed me home. When morning came, I was exhausted but too wired to sleep. My grandparents got up and went about their morning routine like nothing was wrong, though my grandmother gave me an odd look when she saw the scratches on my face. I made up some bullshit about tripping on the back steps in the dark. After breakfast, when they were both busy inside, I worked up the courage to go back to the edge of the woods. Not to go in again, fuck that, but to see if I could find any evidence that what I'd experienced was real. What I found was worse than I expected. There, on the very first tree at the entrance to the path, was a freshly carved symbol, that same circle with the jagged line. It hadn't been there the night before, I'm absolutely certain of that, and underneath it, scratched in crude letters, were 3 words: "Stay with us." I packed my stuff and left that afternoon, making up an emergency at work. My grandmother looked worried, but my grandfather just nodded like he knew exactly why I was leaving. Neither of them asked about the hollow, and I didn't volunteer anything. I haven't been back to their house since, and I don't plan to go back. But the thing is, it doesn't matter, because sometimes, late at night when I'm almost asleep, I hear that humming. It's distant but unmistakable. And occasionally, in the corner of my eye, I'll catch a glimpse of something pale moving just out of sight. I've researched those symbols extensively, but found nothing that matches exactly what I saw. I've looked into the history of the area around my grandparents' property, but there's nothing unusual in the public records. All I know is that whatever is in the hollow wanted me to stay, and I think in some way part of me did. Story 12. I've been working at the Hollowbrook Hotel for about 7 months now. It's this massive 18-story building that used to be a Masonic lodge back in the early 1900s. The place is stunning. Old marble floors, intricate woodwork, these beautiful stained glass windows in some parts. But after what happened during my honeymoon stay there, I don't think I'll ever look at it the same way again. My wife Claire and I decided to stay at the hotel for Valentine's weekend. I got an employee discount and I thought it would be romantic, showing her where I work, getting one of the nicer rooms on the 5th floor with a view of the town square. Plus, the building has all these cool features most guests never get to see. Old ballrooms, a Masonic chapel, even a secret theater tucked away that was added during one of the many renovations over the years. Our first night there, February 12th, we both had weird dreams. Nothing too crazy, just unsettling, the kind that make you feel off when you wake up. We laughed it off, blamed it on the excitement of being newlyweds and the unfamiliar bed. The next day, February 13th, yeah, I know, should have seen that as a bad omen. We spent the whole day exploring Hollowbrook. It's this charming historic town with cobblestone streets and local shops. We had dinner at this little Italian place, then grabbed drinks at a couple bars. We got back to our room around 1 in the morning, pretty tired but happy. Claire fell asleep almost immediately, and I drifted off not long after. Then things got weird, really fucking weird. I woke up, or thought I woke up, around 3 a.m. I was in the elevator of the hotel but had no memory of getting there. The doors opened on the 3rd floor, which houses one of our grand ballrooms. Something pulled me to step out into the hallway. The lights were dimmed, creating this eerie glow across the patterned carpet. I peeked around the corner and saw her, a woman sitting on one of the antique couches outside the ballroom. She was wearing this high-collar black lace dress that looked straight out of the Victorian era. Her dark hair was pulled up in this elaborate bun. What really got me was how she was just sitting there, cradling something in her arms. I couldn't see what it was, but the way she was holding it, like it was precious, but also heavy with sadness. The woman didn't look solid. It's hard to explain, but she seemed slightly transparent, with this dim grayish coloring to her. I stood there, frozen, just watching her. She didn't move or acknowledge me at all. Then suddenly, I was in the elevator again, descending to the lobby. When the doors opened on the 1st floor, I noticed 3 lights glowing in the distance, purple, green, and yellow, like Mardi Gras colors. That's when I felt a rush of cold air and looked down. I was fucking naked. Well, almost. I had on these ridiculous pink underwear that Claire had bought me as a joke Valentine's gift. But that was it. No shirt, no pants, no shoes, just standing there in the lobby of the hotel where I work, in my underwear, at 3 in the morning. Panic hit me like a truck. I frantically pressed the button for the 2nd floor, where I knew there were public bathrooms. When I got there, I rushed to the men's room, but the door was locked. Tried the women's, also locked. Of course they were. We locked them after midnight. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I kept thinking, this is a dream. It has to be a dream, but the cold marble under my feet felt too real. The panic was too real, and I knew this wasn't a dream. I remembered our room was on the 5th floor, room 523. I jabbed at the elevator button, praying nobody would see me. When the doors finally opened, I dashed down the hallway to our door. Then I realized another problem. I didn't have my key card. It was in the pocket of the pants I wasn't wearing. I started knocking on the door, softly at first, then harder. "Claire," I shouted. "Claire, please wake up." After what felt like forever, I heard movement inside. The door opened a crack, and Claire's sleepy face appeared. Her expression shifted from confusion to shock in about half a second. "Jason, where are your clothes?" She pulled me inside quickly, looking up and down the hallway to make sure no one had seen me. "I don't know," I said, my voice shaking. "I think I was sleepwalking. I woke up in the elevator." We both started freaking out. I've never sleepwalked in my life, Claire wrapped me in a blanket as I sat on the edge of the bed, trying to stop shaking. My head was spinning with questions. How had I gotten out of bed without waking her? How had I gotten into the elevator? And most importantly, had anyone seen me? "We need to call the front desk," Claire said, reaching for the phone. "No exclamation mark," I said, but then realized she was right. I work there. I know there are security cameras in the elevators and hallways. If I had been wandering around nearly naked, it was already on camera. I took the phone and dialed the front desk. A guy named Marcus answered. I didn't know him well, worked different shifts. Hi, this is Jason Parker in 523, I said, trying to sound normal. I had a bit of a sleepwalking episode, and I'm wondering if anyone reported seeing anything unusual." There was an uncomfortable pause. "No reports, sir," Marcus said, his voice professional but strained. "But I can check the security footage if you'd like to know where you went." My stomach dropped. "Can you just delete it, please?" "I'm sorry, sir," he said. "I don't have authorization to delete security footage. That would require a manager, and even then, we generally only delete footage when requested by law enforcement with a subpoena." "Great. So there was video of me wandering around in my underwear that my co-workers could potentially see." I thanked him awkwardly and hung up. Claire and I didn't get much sleep after that. We kept the lights on, and I couldn't shake the image of that woman in black from my mind. I didn't tell Claire about her yet. I was still trying to figure out if that part had been a dream. We stayed at the hotel for 3 more nights. During our stay, I worked up the courage to ask one of the evening desk clerks, Eliza, about the hotel's history. She's worked there for like 20 years and knows all the stories. "So," I said casually, "does the hotel have any ghosts?" Eliza's eyes lit up like I'd just offered her free tickets to her favorite band. "Oh, honey, you have no idea," she said, leaning forward. "This place has at least 3 regulars we know of. There's a man on the 5th floor. Guests report hearing footsteps pacing back and forth when there's nobody there." My skin prickled. Our room was on the 5th floor. "Then there's the woman in white," Eliza continued. "She appears on the stairs between the 2nd and 14th floors. Several guests have reported seeing her over the years." I swallowed hard. "Is there a woman in black, maybe on the 3rd floor?" Eliza's expression changed. She looked surprised, then almost excited. "The woman in black is much rarer," she said, lowering her voice. "She's been spotted in the 3rd floor ballroom area, usually sitting alone. Staff have nicknamed her the Mourner because she's often seen cradling something. We think it might be a child. The story goes that she lost her baby during a Masonic event in 1923 and has been looking for it ever since." A chill ran through me. "I think I saw her." Eliza's eyes widened. "Really? When?" I hesitated, not wanting to mention the sleepwalking. "Night before last, around 3 a.m., she was wearing a high-collar black lace dress, hair in a bun." "That's her," Eliza whispered. "You're lucky or unlucky, depending on how you look at it. She doesn't show herself to many people." She proceeded to tell me more about the building's history, how certain floors were added during different decades, how the theater was built in secret during Prohibition, how the Masonic elements had been preserved through all the renovations. "The building has layers of history," she said, "and sometimes those layers overlap." For the rest of our stay, Claire and I kept experiencing strange things. We both had trouble sleeping. Lying awake until 4 a.m. became our new normal. The TV in our room turned on by itself 3 times, and the dreams, both of us had vivid, disturbing dreams that we could never quite remember clearly in the morning, just fragments that left us feeling uneasy. On our last night, I woke up at exactly 3 a.m. again. The room felt ice cold, despite the thermostat being set to 72. I rolled over to cuddle closer to Claire for warmth and saw something that made my blood freeze. There was an indentation on her pillow beside her head, like someone was sitting there, watching her sleep. As I stared, petrified, the indentation slowly lifted as if whatever had made it had stood up. The bedroom door opened on its own, then closed with a soft click. I woke Claire immediately, and we packed our bags in the middle of the night. We checked out at 5 a.m., making up some excuse about an early flight. I took a week off work after that. When I finally went back, I requested to be moved from the night shift to days. I don't go above the second floor anymore if I can help it, and I absolutely refuse to go near the third floor ballroom. Sometimes when I'm alone in the service elevator, I swear I can feel someone watching me. And more than once, when the doors open on the third floor, I've caught a glimpse of black lace disappearing around a corner. I don't know if I was sleepwalking that night or if someone was guiding me through the hotel. But I do know this. The Hollowbrook Hotel has more guests than the ones who check in at the front desk. And sometimes they want to show you things you're not meant to see. Story 13. I never really believed in ghosts or supernatural stuff before we moved to that house in upstate New York. It was early 1993 when my parents found this place they could actually afford, a pretty decent two-story home just outside of Rochester. I was 5 then, my brother Diego was 9, and honestly, we were just excited to have bedrooms that weren't the size of closets. My dad, Miguel, got a job at this local music store selling instruments and giving guitar lessons. My mom, Elena, stayed home with us most days. We were your typical working-class Latino family trying to make it work in a new place. Nothing special about us that would make you think we'd end up with the experiences we had. Everything was normal for the first few weeks. The house was built in the mid-80s by this family who'd moved to Florida or something. No weird history, no tragic deaths we knew about. Just a regular suburban house with beige carpet and outdated wallpaper in the kitchen. The trouble started about a month after we moved in. My dad came home one evening looking really strange. Not scared exactly, but definitely rattled. He told my mum about this old man who'd come into the music store that day. The guy was bizarre. Long matted white hair, clothes that looked like they hadn't been washed in weeks, and wearing what my dad first thought was some weird necklace until he realized it was made of what looked like animal bones. My dad, always the joker, had made some stupid comment like, "What? No human skulls in your collection?" The old man just stared at him with these intense eyes and said, "You want one? I can bring you one." My dad laughed it off, thinking the guy was just some local weirdo. 2 weeks later, the old man came back to the store when my dad was closing up. He was carrying something wrapped in an old cloth. My dad told us later that he almost called the police, but curiosity got the better of him. When the old man unwrapped the package, there it was, a human skull. Not a fake plastic one, but a real, yellowed, aged human skull. My dad said he felt frozen in place. The old man just placed it on the counter and said, "You asked for it, it's yours now," then walked out before my dad could even react. My dad brought that thing home. I remember the argument my parents had about it. My mom was beyond furious. She was raised by a very superstitious grandmother in Puerto Rico and kept crossing herself, saying that bringing death into our home would invite evil spirits. My dad thought she was being ridiculous and put the skull in a box in our basement, saying he'd figure out what to do with it later. That's when things started happening. My Aunt Maria was visiting with my cousin one afternoon, watching me while my mom went grocery shopping. I was playing in the living room, still just a toddler. When my mom came home, Maria was white as a sheet. She said she'd seen me sitting in the corner, talking and laughing, and there was a little girl with me, a girl with long dark hair in an old-fashioned dress. When Maria called out to ask who I was talking to, she looked directly at the spot and the girl was gone, just vanished. My mom thought Maria was making it up or had dozed off and dreamed it, until she started seeing the girl herself. It was always near our bedrooms, always just a glimpse, a small figure with dark hair disappearing around a corner or standing at the end of the hallway, gone when you tried to look directly at her. My mom would wake up in the middle of the night, swearing someone was watching her, and catch a glimpse of the girl standing in the doorway of her and my dad's bedroom. My dad never saw her, which just made him think my mom was being hysterical, but things kept escalating. My mom started having horrible nightmares. She'd wake up screaming about men hiding in her closet, men with no faces watching her sleep. My dad thought it was stress. Then I started sleepwalking. I'd never done it before, but suddenly I was getting up almost every night, walking around the house with my eyes open but completely asleep. My mom would find me in weird places, standing in front of the basement door or sitting on the kitchen floor surrounded by all the pots and pans I'd pulled out of the cabinets. The worst night was when she found me sitting cross-legged in front of the TV at 3 in the morning. The TV wasn't on, but when she asked me what I was doing, I apparently told her I was watching my show and that I needed to go outside to hang out with my friends. When she asked what friends, I pointed to the dark window and said, "They're waiting for me." I have no memory of any of this. She told me about it years later. Diego was getting older and starting to get into that creepy phase some kids go through. He and his friends found an old Ouija board at a yard sale and brought it home. My mum freaked out and made him get rid of it, but not before they'd used it a few times in his bedroom. He told me years later that the board kept spelling out the same message, FINDME. One night, Diego woke up to use the bathroom and saw my mom standing perfectly straight up in bed, eyes wide open, staring at the corner of her room. He said her eyes were completely blank, like she wasn't there. He called out to her, and she just laid back down like nothing had happened and was sound asleep. When he asked her about it the next morning, she had no memory of it. We all started hearing footsteps, heavy footsteps going up and down the stairs when everyone was accounted for, knocking on the walls that would start as a gentle tap and build to a frantic pounding, then suddenly stop. My dad tried to find logical explanations, the house settling, squirrels in the attic, the water pipes, but none of them explained what we were experiencing. My parents' marriage had been rocky for years, and the stress of everything happening in the house just made it worse. They fought constantly. My dad thought my mom was making things up or encouraging us kids to imagine things. My mom thought my dad was in denial and blamed him for bringing that skull into our home in the first place. After about 2 years in that house, they finally decided to get divorced. My mom couldn't take it anymore. The nightmares, the constant feeling of being watched, the worrying about what was happening to her children. She decided we would move to an apartment across town while they sorted out what to do with the house. Before we moved, my parents decided to clean out the basement. It had become this cluttered catch-all space filled with boxes we never unpacked and junk we didn't need. They wanted to clean it up to help sell the house. The weird thing was, they never found the skull. My dad swore he'd put it in a specific box in a specific corner, but it wasn't there. They emptied every box, checked every shelf, moved every piece of furniture, but the skull had vanished. My mum was convinced it had served its purpose. Whatever spirit was attached to it had already been invited in and didn't need the skull anymore. My dad thought someone must have taken it, though he couldn't explain who or when. The last time I was in that house was the day we finished moving our stuff out. I was 7 by then. My mom sent me back to my old bedroom to make sure we hadn't forgotten anything. As soon as I walked in, I felt this overwhelming sense of dread. It was like the air itself was pressing down on me, making it hard to breathe. I felt like something was screaming at me to leave, to get out, to run. I bolted down the stairs and out the front door, hyperventilating. My mom found me sitting on the curb, sobbing. I couldn't even explain what had happened, just that something in the house didn't want me there anymore. After we moved into the apartment, things changed. My nightmares stopped. My mom started sleeping through the night again. We never heard unexplained footsteps or knocking. We never saw the little girl with the dark hair again. It was like whatever had attached itself to us stayed with the house, or maybe with the skull, wherever it went. We never found out who the old man was or where he got that skull. My dad eventually sold the house and moved to another state. As far as I know, the new owners never reported anything strange, but we never really kept in touch with anyone from the neighborhood. I'm 35 now, and I still can't explain what happened in that house. I've looked into the history of the property more thoroughly as an adult, trying to find some explanation, but there's nothing. No record of deaths, no tragic stories, nothing that would explain what we experienced. All I know is that I've never felt anything like that oppressive, suffocating fear I felt the last time I was in my bedroom. It was like something was communicating directly into my mind, warning me or threatening me. I still don't know which. I've never been back to that neighborhood, and I never will. Some places just feel wrong, and that house, after that skull came into it, was one of them. The strangest part? My brother Diego swears that the night before we moved out, he heard a child laughing in the basement. When he went to check, he says he found a small handprint pressed into the concrete floor, a handprint that hadn't been there when they cleaned earlier that day. I never saw it myself, so I can't verify, but Diego has never been one to make up stories. Whatever was in that house, whatever came with that skull, I hope it stayed there when we left. But sometimes when I'm falling asleep, I still catch myself listening for footsteps on the stairs. Story 14. I've never shared this with anyone except my therapist, but after 3 years, I think I'm finally ready to talk about what happened that night in Montana. I still have nightmares about it, still wake up in cold sweats, still can't work night shifts anywhere. For context, I was 23, saving up for college, and working whatever jobs I could find. When I got the night shift position at this old gas station off Highway 89, I was actually relieved. The pay was decent, especially for rural Montana, and the manager didn't care if I studied during slow periods. It was perfect. The gas station itself was nothing special, just a small convenience store with 4 pumps outside, sitting on this desolate stretch of highway surrounded by miles of scrubland. The closest town was about 30 minutes away. During daytime, we'd get a steady stream of travelers, but nights were dead quiet, maybe 1 or 2 customers between 10 p.m. and 6 a.m. This happened during my 3rd week there, on a Tuesday night in July. It was unusually hot, and I remember the AC was struggling. I had the front door propped open with a chair, hoping to get some air circulation. The fluorescent lights were buzzing like they always did, and I was half reading a textbook, half watching YouTube videos on my phone. Around midnight, I heard the door chime, but I hadn't heard a car pull up, which was weird. Usually you could hear vehicles from half a mile away in that silence. I looked up and saw this man standing there, and something felt off immediately. He was maybe in his 40s but looked terrible, like he hadn't slept in days. His clothes were dusty and had these weird dark stains that I tried not to stare at. His eyes were bloodshot and his skin had this sickly pale color. But what really got to me was how he was breathing. These quick, shallow breaths like he'd been running for miles. "Phone," he said, his voice cracking. "I need to use your phone." We had this old landline behind the counter for emergencies since cell service was spotty. I hesitated but pointed to it. "Sure, go ahead." He practically lunged across the counter to grab it, his hands shaking so bad he dropped the receiver twice before dialing. I pretended to organize some candy bars while listening. "Jack? Jack, thank God," he was saying, his voice desperate. "Listen to me. It's back, the thing from Blackwater Ridge. It followed me. I don't know how..." There was a pause. "No, I'm not making this up. It killed Dave and Mike. I watched it." Another pause. "I'm at some gas station off 89. You need to come now. Bring the guns, all of them." Then he looked at me, covering the receiver with his hand. "Kid, you need to leave, right now. Lock up and get in your car and drive as far away as you can." I nervously laughed it off. "I can't leave my shift, man." His eyes widened. "You don't understand. It hunts at night. It's already close. I can feel it." Before I could respond, he went back to his call, frantically giving directions to the station. Then he hung up and headed for the door. "Wait," I called out. "What's going on? Should I call the police?" He stopped, one hand on the door frame. "Police can't help with this. Nothing can. If my brother doesn't get here in time..." He shook his head. "Just trust me. Get out while you can." And then he was gone. I ran to the door but didn't see which way he went. There were no cars in the lot, no footprints in the dust outside, nothing. I told myself he was just some meth head. We got those sometimes, people cooking up stuff in remote cabins who'd come down from the hills all paranoid. I tried to shake it off, but his fear seemed so genuine that it had gotten under my skin. For the next hour, I kept glancing at the windows, jumping at every noise. I considered calling my manager, but knew he'd just tell me to man up. So I turned up the radio to drown out the silence and tried to focus on my textbook. It was around 1:15 a.m. when I first heard it, this weird sound coming from outside. At first I thought it was the wind, but it was too consistent, a sort of whistling humming noise that seemed to be moving around the building. It reminded me of someone blowing across the top of an empty bottle, but deeper, more guttural. I muted the radio and listened. The sound stopped, then started again closer to the front door. "Hello," I called out. No answer. I grabbed the flashlight we kept under the counter, one of those heavy mag lights that could double as a weapon, and walked to the door. The parking lot was empty except for my old Honda parked at the side of the building. The lights from the gas station only extended about 20 feet out, after which the darkness swallowed everything. That's when I saw it, just beyond the reach of the light. At first I thought it was just a tall man standing absolutely still. But when I pointed my flashlight at it, I realized no human could look like that. It had to be at least 7 feet tall, with limbs that were too long, too thin to be normal. Its body was skeletal, with this leathery grayish skin stretched tight over the bones. But its eyes, Jesus, its eyes were what made my blood freeze. They reflected my flashlight beam with this yellow glow, like a cat's eyes but bigger, and filled with an intelligence that felt ancient and predatory. For maybe 5 seconds, we just stared at each other. Then it opened its mouth, a mouth that stretched too wide across its face, and let out this sound that I still hear in my nightmares. It wasn't a roar or a scream. It was like metal scraping against metal, but with this underlying tone that felt almost like language. I don't remember consciously deciding to run. One moment I was standing in the doorway, the next I was behind the counter, my hands shaking so badly I dropped the phone twice trying to dial 911. But the line was dead, just static and that same whistling humming sound coming through the receiver. Then the lights went out, not just flickered, they died completely. The refrigerators stopped humming. The radio cut off. Everything went silent except for my own panicked breathing and that sound, now coming from multiple directions outside. I fumbled with my flashlight, sweeping it across the darkened store. The beam caught movement by the chip aisle, and I swear my heart stopped. Something was inside with me. It moved wrong. That's the only way I can describe it. Like its joints were bending in directions they shouldn't. Each movement was twitchy and jerky, but somehow still fluid, like watching a spider crawl in stop motion. I caught glimpses of those long limbs, that skeletal frame as it moved between the aisles, always staying just at the edge of my flashlight beam. I backed up until I hit the wall behind the counter. There was a back door about 15 feet away, an emergency exit that led to the employee parking area where my car was. I knew I had to make a run for it. The thing let out another one of those metallic screeches, closer now. I could smell something like rotting meat and ozone. My flashlight beam caught those yellow eyes again, now at the end of the counter, its impossibly long fingers gripping the edge. I ran, knocked over a display stand to block its path, and just sprinted for that back door. I hit the push bar with my whole body, and thank God it opened. I stumbled into the night air, not daring to look back, just running for my car. My hands were shaking so badly I couldn't get the key in the ignition. In my rearview mirror, I saw the back door of the station slowly open, and something begin to unfold itself through the doorway. The engine finally caught, and I floored it, tires spinning in the gravel before finding purchase. I didn't even turn on my headlights until I was on the highway, driving at 90 miles an hour away from that place. I drove for maybe 30 minutes before I saw lights ahead, a 24-hour diner just off the highway. I pulled in, still hyperventilating, and stumbled inside. There were only 2 other customers and a middle-aged waitress who took one look at me and poured a cup of coffee without asking. "You okay, honey?" she asked. "You look like you've seen a ghost." I must have sounded completely insane, babbling about the gas station and the creature. The waitress's face went from concerned to confused. "What gas station off Highway 89?" she asked. "The one about 30 minutes back," I said. "Miller's Gas and Grocery." She exchanged glances with an old man at the counter. "Honey, Miller's burned down 3 years ago. There's nothing there now but a concrete slab." I argued with her, insisted I'd been working there for weeks, showed her my uniform shirt with the logo. She just shook her head. "That place has been abandoned since the fire," the old man chimed in. "Local story is that Miller never left, if you know what I mean. Some folks say that stretch of road is cursed." I didn't go back to check if the gas station was still there. Couldn't bring myself to. I called my manager the next morning and quit over the phone. He seemed confused, said he'd never heard of me, claimed he didn't own any station on Highway 89. I left Montana 2 days later. Moved back in with my parents in Oregon and spent months trying to convince myself it had all been some kind of mental break or hallucination. But I still have the pay stubs, still have the uniform, still have nightmares about those yellow eyes and that sound. I don't know what I encountered that night. Don't want to know, honestly. But I'm absolutely certain it wasn't human, wasn't natural, and I'm convinced that man who came in was running from it, probably had been for some time. If you're ever driving on Highway 89 through Montana and see an old gas station standing alone in the scrubland, just keep driving. No matter how low your fuel gauge is, no matter how tired you are, just keep going, because whatever lives there isn't something that should exist in our world. Story 15. I still can't sleep through the night. It's been 3 months since it happened, but every time I close my eyes, I see her face in the fog. I'm writing this down because I need somebody, anybody, to understand what I went through that night on Highway 29. Maybe putting it into words will help me make sense of it. Maybe not, but I can't keep it bottled up anymore. I've been a long-haul trucker for almost 11 years now. Name's Marcus. Nothing special about me. Just a guy who prefers the open road to an office cubicle. I've seen a lot of weird shit in my time. Strange hitchhikers, abandoned vehicles, roadkill that doesn't look quite right. But nothing, and I mean nothing, compares to what happened that night in late October. I was making my regular run from San Francisco to New Orleans. It's a route I've done maybe 30 times before. I know every curve, every rest stop, every crappy diner along the way. Highway 29 cuts through some pretty isolated stretches, but I never minded the solitude, actually preferred it. That night I'd been driving since early morning. It was just past midnight when my eyes started getting heavy. You learn quickly in this job that driving tired is a death sentence, so I pulled into this rest area somewhere in northern Louisiana. Can't remember the exact mile marker. Part of me wishes I'd just pushed through, downed another energy drink and kept going, but I didn't. The rest area was completely deserted. Not unusual for that time of night, especially in the middle of nowhere. There was this thin layer of fog starting to roll in from the surrounding woods. Nothing too thick yet, just wisps of it dancing across the pavement under the fluorescent lights. I remember stretching my legs, feeling that satisfying crack in my lower back. The air was cool. Cold, actually. Colder than it should have been for October in Louisiana. I could see my breath forming little clouds in front of my face. I decided to grab a snack from the vending machine before catching a quick nap in my sleeper cab. The vending machine was around the side of the bathroom building. I was fishing through my pocket for quarters when I got this feeling. You know that feeling when you suddenly realize you're not alone? The hair on your arms stands up, and your body just knows something's off before your brain catches up. I looked up and saw her. She was standing at the far end of the parking lot, maybe 50 yards away, staring directly at my truck. Not moving, just staring. She was wearing what looked like a thin white dress or nightgown, long dark hair hanging loose around her shoulders. Even from that distance, I could tell she was barefoot on the cold asphalt. My first thought was that she was stranded, maybe dumped by an asshole boyfriend or something. It happens. So I called out, "Hey, you okay?" She turned toward me, but didn't answer. Her movement was strange, not quite right. like her body turned a split second before her head did. Then she started walking, not toward me, but toward the tree line where the fog was thickest. I should have gotten back in my truck right then. Every instinct was screaming at me to leave, but I couldn't shake the thought that maybe she needed help. What if she was hurt? What if she was running from someone? I couldn't just drive away. "Miss," I called again, louder this time. "Do you need help? A phone?" She paused at the edge of the woods, looking back over her shoulder. I couldn't make out her face clearly in the darkness, but I swear she nodded. Then she stepped into the trees. God, I was so stupid. I followed her. I actually followed her into those woods. The fog got thicker with every step I took away from the parking lot lights. It was like walking into a cloud that had settled on the ground. My phone flashlight barely cut through it, just illuminated the swirling mist right in front of me. The temperature dropped dramatically. It had been cool in the parking lot, but in those trees it was freezing, the kind of cold that seeps straight into your bones. I remember the condensation from my breath was so thick it was like I was smoking. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding muffled in the fog. "Where are you?" That's when I saw her again. She was about 20 feet ahead, standing perfectly still between two massive oak trees. The fog swirled around her legs, making it look like she was floating. I raised my flashlight to get a better look at her face. I wish I hadn't. Her skin was pale, not just white, but almost blue, like someone who'd been in freezing water too long. Her eyes were wide, dark, and completely empty. Not angry or sad, just vacant, like looking into a well at night. But her expression, God, her expression was desperate, pleading. She spoke then, her voice barely above a whisper, but somehow perfectly clear in the silence of the woods. "Help me," she said. "They took me. I can't find my way back." I froze. My flashlight beam shook in my trembling hand. "Who took you? Are you hurt? Let me take you back to the rest area. Call the police." She shook her head slowly. "Not that way. I need to find them first." Before I could ask what she meant, I heard it. A deep, rumbling growl from somewhere deeper in the trees. Not like any animal I've ever heard. It was too low, too wrong, like it was coming from something massive, something that shouldn't exist. Then came the whispers. Christ, the whispers. They seemed to rise up from the ground itself. Multiple voices speaking words I couldn't understand. Not English, not any language I recognized, just this constant, urgent muttering that surrounded me completely. I spun around, trying to locate the source, but the fog was too thick. My flashlight beam just bounced back at me, useless. The whispers got louder, more insistent. "They're coming," the woman said, still in that same soft voice. "Will you help me find them, before they find us?" I turned back to her, and she'd moved closer without making a sound. She was only a few feet away now, close enough that I could smell her, like wet leaves and something metallic. Blood, maybe. "Who's coming?" I asked, my voice cracking. "What's happening?" She reached out toward me, her fingers pale and thin. "We need to go deeper. They're waiting." That's when I noticed her hand. Her fingers were too long, the joints all wrong, and the nails, they weren't nails anymore, but something more like claws, black and curved. I backed away, almost tripping over a tree root. "I'm sorry, I can't help you. I need to get back to my truck." Her face changed then. The desperation twisted into something else, rage and sorrow mixed together in a way that wasn't human. Her mouth opened wider than it should have been able to, and she let out a scream that still echoes in my nightmares. It started as a woman's scream, but shifted into something else, something ancient and full of hunger. I ran. I fucking ran as fast as I've ever moved in my life. Branches whipped my face, roots tried to trip me, and the fog seemed to thicken around me, trying to hold me back. The whispers followed, getting louder, angry now. The growling sound was closer too, and I could hear movement in the trees, heavy things pushing through the underbrush. I couldn't see the lights of the rest area anymore. Everything looked the same in the fog, just trees and more trees. I was completely lost. Then my foot hit asphalt. I'd somehow circled back to the parking lot, but not where I'd entered the woods. I was on the far side, the opposite end from my truck. I sprinted across the empty lot, the sound of my boots echoing. I kept looking back, expecting to see her emerge from the tree line, but there was nothing. Just the fog rolling steadily out of the woods. I reached my truck, fumbled with the keys, dropped them, picked them up with shaking hands. As I was unlocking the door, I glanced at the vending machine where this nightmare had started. She was standing there, watching me. I practically dove into the cab, locked the doors, and started the engine. As I pulled out of that rest area, I kept checking my mirrors. She didn't follow, didn't move at all. Just stood there, getting smaller in my rear view until the fog swallowed her completely. I drove like a madman, not caring about speed limits or way stations, just needed to put as much distance between me and that place as possible. I didn't stop until I hit a 24-hour diner about 70 miles down the road, where there were lights and people and normalcy. I was sitting there, hands still shaking around a cup of coffee, when I overheard a conversation from the booth behind me. Two other truckers talking in low voices. "You ever stop at that rest area on 29, the one just past the Henderson Creek Bridge?" "Hell no, not after what happened to Miller last year." "You heard about that?" "Everyone has." He stopped to help some woman he saw walking barefoot in a white dress. Never made his delivery. They found his truck still running, door open, no sign of him. "My cousin's a state trooper, says he's not the first. 3 people gone missing from that same spot in the last decade. All of them stopped to help a woman who led them into the woods. Local folks say the woods took them, just like it took her." "What do you mean, her?" "Story goes that back in the 70s, a woman's car broke down there. She went looking for help and never came out. They searched for weeks, never found a trace. Some say she's still in there, looking for a way home. I felt sick, couldn't finish my coffee, couldn't speak. I just paid my bill and went back to my truck, sat there for a long time, trying to convince myself I'd imagined it all, that I was just tired and seeing things, but I knew better. I drove through the night, not stopping again until dawn when I reached the next town. As I was pulling into a gas station, I saw something that made my blood freeze. At the edge of a small wooded area, across the street, partially hidden in the morning mist, was a figure in white. She was watching me. I blinked, and she was gone. I finished that delivery to New Orleans, then told my dispatcher I was taking some personal time. I've been home ever since, trying to make sense of it all. I've researched that stretch of highway, found old newspaper articles about disappearances over the years, too many to be coincidence. I don't drive Highway 29 anymore. I don't drive at night if I can help it, and I can't stand fog. Even the slightest mist makes me break out in a cold sweat. Sometimes I wonder if I should have helped her, if I could have somehow freed her from whatever keeps her trapped there. But then I remember those whispers, that growl from the darkness, and I know I was right to run. I still see her face when I close my eyes, still hear her voice asking for help, and I wonder if she'll ever find peace, or if she'll remain forever in those woods, searching for a way home, luring others to share her fate. All I know is I got lucky. I escaped. Others didn't. And sometimes on cold nights when the fog rolls in, I can't shake the feeling that she's still looking for me. Story 16. I've never shared this publicly before, but I need to get it off my chest. I spent a huge part of my childhood in a place that still gives me nightmares, and no matter how many years pass, I can't shake the feeling that something from that building followed me. My parents rented this old Victorian building for their antique shop when I was 9. We kept it for 8 years, until I was 17. The place was gorgeous from the outside. Ornate moldings, stained glass accents, the kind of building people stopped to photograph. Inside, it was perfect for antiques. The first floor had these beautiful original hardwood floors and tall windows that let in amazing natural light. A grand staircase with intricate banisters led up to the second floor showroom. But then there was the attic. God, even typing that word sends a chill down my spine. You couldn't access it from the main staircase. There was this narrow, hidden servant's stairway tucked in the back corner of the second floor. It was steep, the steps worn concave in the middle from decades of use. When we first rented the place, my parents kept that third floor closed off. They said it was for storage, but looking back, I think they felt something was off about it from the beginning. Business was good though, and after about 2 years, they needed more display space. So Dad spent a weekend cleaning up the attic, putting in better lighting, and opening it to customers. It was a huge space with sloped ceilings and these small round windows at each end, perfect for displaying the larger furniture pieces that cluttered the main showroom. That's when the weird stuff started. The first incident happened maybe 3 days after they opened the attic. This middle-aged woman came down the servants' stairs, clutching her purse to her chest, visibly pale. She walked straight to my mom at the register and said, "There's something very wrong with that room upstairs." Then she just left. Didn't buy anything, didn't explain further. My mom laughed it off, but then it happened again and again. People would go up those narrow stairs, spend a few minutes browsing, then come down looking disturbed. They'd complain about sudden cold spots, even in the middle of summer when the rest of the building was sweltering. Some said they felt watched. Others reported hearing whispers when they were alone up there. One guy, a big burly construction worker type, came downstairs and told my dad that someone had poked him in the back. He was angry, thinking one of us had snuck up there to mess with customers. My dad had to show him that I was helping at the register, and my mom was arranging a display on the first floor. There was literally no one else in the building. I tried to avoid the attic as much as possible. My parents gave me chores throughout the shop, dusting displays, helping customers carry purchases to their cars, running the register when they needed a break. But I always made excuses when they asked me to bring something to the third floor. I wasn't just being a lazy kid. That staircase terrified me. Even standing at the bottom looking up made my skin crawl. The air felt different there, heavier, colder, like walking through cobwebs you can't see. I'd rather get yelled at for disobeying than climb those stairs, but sometimes I couldn't avoid it. One afternoon when I was 12, my mom asked me to bring up a price tag for this antique rocking chair they'd just moved to the attic. I still remember gripping that little paper tag so tight it crumpled in my sweaty hand. Each step up that narrow staircase felt like walking towards something horrible. The wood creaked beneath my feet, and with each step, the temperature dropped noticeably. When I reached the top, I stood frozen in the doorway. The attic was empty of customers that day, filled with furniture casting long shadows in the dim light. I took one step in and felt it immediately, this overwhelming sense of not being alone. The rocking chair was only about 15 feet away, but it felt like crossing an ocean to reach it. As I moved toward it, I heard a sound that still haunts me, a soft exhale like someone sighing right behind my ear. I spun around, but there was nothing there, just empty space. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely attach the price tag. As I turned to leave, the rocking chair shifted slightly, as if someone had just stood up from it. I ran. I didn't care how it looked or if my parents would be mad. I bolted down those stairs so fast I nearly fell. My mom found me hiding behind the counter, crying. I couldn't explain what happened. Not really, I just kept saying I didn't want to go back up there. After that, they mostly stopped asking me to go to the attic. But the incidents with customers continued. Some would come down complaining of sudden nausea or headaches that disappeared as soon as they reached the second floor. Others described feeling touched, a hand on their shoulder or fingers brushing against their hair. The worst was when this elderly woman actually fainted up there. I was working the register when I heard a thump from above. My dad rushed up to find her unconscious on the floor. When she came to, she was hysterical, saying someone had whispered in her ear that she wasn't welcome. The ambulance came, and while the paramedics were checking her out, she kept staring up at the ceiling, terrified. My parents started to worry about the reputation of the shop. They considered closing the attic again, but they needed the space. Instead, they brought in someone to check the wiring, thinking maybe electrical issues were causing people to feel strange. They had the heating system inspected too. Everything checked out normal. Then, about 5 years into running the shop, this woman came in. She was probably in her 40s, dressed normally. Nothing like what you'd expect a psychic to look like. She browsed the first floor, bought a small silver picture frame, and chatted with my mom for a while. Then she stopped suddenly, looked toward the staircase and asked, "How long has she been up there?" My mom was confused. "Who?" "The young woman in the attic," the customer said. "Penelope." I was arranging a bookshelf nearby and froze when I heard that. The woman hadn't been upstairs yet. She couldn't have known about the weird experiences people had up there. My mom must have had the same thought because she invited the woman to stay after closing for tea. I sat at the edge of the room, pretending to do homework while listening to every word. The woman claimed to be sensitive to spirits. She said as soon as she walked in, she felt a presence watching from the top of the building. Without going upstairs, she described the attic perfectly, even mentioning a water stain on the ceiling that wasn't visible from the stairwell. "Her name is Penelope," the woman said, sipping her tea. "She worked here when this was a private home, sometime in the late 1800s. She was a servant, lived in that attic room. It wasn't by choice. She was very young when she came here, maybe 14 or 15, and she was mistreated badly." My mom asked how she died, and the woman shook her head. "She won't tell me that. She's protective of her space. She doesn't like people going through her things, sitting on her furniture." It suddenly made sense. The servant stares, the feeling of being watched, the way customers were treated differently depending on how they behaved in the attic. Some people came down saying they felt nothing unusual at all. Others had terrible experiences. The difference seemed to be how they treated the items up there. People who were respectful, who asked questions about the pieces instead of just handling everything, they were fine. People who sat on furniture without asking, who opened drawers or were dismissive, they were the ones who felt pushed or touched. After the psychic left, my parents had a long discussion about what to do. They didn't fully believe in ghosts, but they couldn't explain all the weird occurrences either. In the end, they decided to keep the attic open but put up a small sign near the servant stairs telling the history of the building and asking customers to please be respectful of the space and its former occupants. Strangely, the incidents decreased after that. There were still occasional complaints of cold spots or whispers, but the more aggressive encounters mostly stopped, except for me. For some reason, Penelope, if that's who it was, seemed to pay special attention to me. Maybe because I was a child, close to the age she would have been when she lived there. Maybe because I was there every day, a constant presence in her space. The worst experience happened when I was 15. My parents had gone to pick up a new shipment, leaving me to watch the shop for an hour. It was a slow Tuesday afternoon with no customers. I was sitting at the register reading when I heard footsteps overhead, heavy, deliberate steps crossing the attic floor. At first, I thought a customer had come in without me noticing and gone upstairs. I called out, "Hello, can I help you find anything?" No response, but the footsteps continued. I gathered my courage and walked to the bottom of the main staircase. "Hello? Is someone up there?" The footsteps stopped immediately. I waited, listening. Nothing. Then they started again, but now they were coming toward the servant stairs, the only way down from the attic. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I backed away from the staircase, watching the entrance to the servant stairs. The footsteps reached the top of those narrow steps, then started descending. Slow, heavy steps. Step, creak, step, creak. I was frozen in place, watching the empty doorway at the bottom of those stairs. The footsteps reached the bottom, stopped. I stood there staring at empty space, knowing something was standing there looking back at me. The temperature around me plummeted. I could see my breath. Then I felt a cold touch on my cheek, like fingers gently brushing my face. I've never told anyone this part before, but I heard a voice, soft, close to my ear. "You're a good girl, not like the others." When my parents returned 20 minutes later, they found me sitting outside on the sidewalk, refusing to go back in alone. I told them I'd heard noises and got spooked. I never told them about the voice or the touch. It felt too personal somehow, like a secret between me and Penelope. My parents closed the shop 2 years later when they retired. I haven't been inside the building since then, but I sometimes walk past it on my way to work. The new owners turned it into a high-end furniture store. I wonder if they've experienced anything strange in the attic. Sometimes I stop across the street and look up at those small round windows at the top of the building. Once, just once, I swear I saw a face looking back, a young woman with her hair pulled back watching me. I raised my hand in a small wave. The figure in the window disappeared. But what still gets me, what makes me check the locks on my doors at night, is that sometimes, in my own apartment miles away from that shop, I'll wake up to the sound of footsteps crossing my ceiling. And even though I live on the top floor, I know exactly who it is. Penelope found me. Story. I've been sitting on this experience for almost 3 weeks now, and I still can't wrap my head around it. I'm not the type who believes in ghosts or supernatural stuff. I'm an accountant, for crying out loud. I deal with numbers and spreadsheets all day. But what happened during my drive from Seattle to Chicago has shaken everything I thought I knew about reality. It was supposed to be a simple cross-country drive. My sister had just had her second baby, and I'd promised to help her out for a few weeks. Flying would have been easier, but I needed my car in Chicago, and honestly, I was looking forward to some alone time on the road, clear my head after a brutal tax season. I left Seattle on a Tuesday morning in late April. The weather forecast looked decent. Some rain expected in Montana, but nothing major. The first day went smoothly. I made it through Washington and into Idaho without any issues. I stayed at a Holiday Inn Express somewhere near Coeur d'Alene and got an early start the next day. The trouble began when I hit Montana. The sky darkened rapidly around 3 in the afternoon. 1 minute I was driving under cloudy skies, and the next it was like someone had flipped a switch. Black clouds rolled in, and the rain came down so hard my wipers couldn't keep up. Then the hail started, not little pellets, but chunks the size of golf balls slamming against my windshield. I white-knuckled it for another 20 minutes, barely able to see 10 feet ahead. When my GPS lost signal, I knew I had to find shelter. The weather alert on my phone warned of flash flooding and advised everyone to seek immediate shelter. I took the next exit I saw, which led to a narrow 2-lane road cutting through dense pine forest. The rain was still coming down in sheets, and I was driving maybe 15 miles per hour, straining to see anything. After about 15 minutes of crawling along, I spotted a wooden sign partially obscured by branches. Pine Ridge Lodge, 2 miles ahead. Thank God, I thought. A place to wait out the storm. The road got narrower and steeper as I continued. The trees seemed to close in on both sides, creating a dark tunnel even in the middle of the afternoon. Finally, I rounded a bend and saw the lodge, a large, rustic 3-story building made of dark timber and stone. It looked like something from the 50s or 60s, with a classic mountain lodge aesthetic. Several cars were parked out front, which I took as a good sign. I parked near the entrance and made a dash through the downpour to the front doors. The lobby was warm and dimly lit, with a stone fireplace that took up most of one wall. Mounted animal heads stared down from the walls, and the furniture was all heavy wood and worn leather. The place smelled like pine, wood smoke, and something else I couldn't quite place, musty, like old books. A middle-aged woman stood behind the reception desk. She wore a burgundy uniform with a name tag that read, Margaret. She didn't look up when I approached, just kept writing something in a large ledger book. "Excuse me," I said. "Do you have any rooms available? I got caught in the storm." Margaret looked up slowly, and I immediately felt uneasy. Her face was expressionless, almost blank, and her eyes seemed to look through me rather than at me. "We always have room for travelers caught in storms," she said. Her voice was flat, without any of the customer service inflection you'd expect. "It's $45 for the night." The price struck me as oddly low, but I wasn't about to complain. I handed over my credit card, but Margaret shook her head. "Cash only. The storm affects our phone lines." Luckily, I had cash on me. I handed over $50, and she gave me back 5 ones that felt strangely stiff and new. She then turned the ledger toward me and held out a pen. "Sign here, please." I signed the book and noticed the other signatures on the page. The handwriting all looked similar somehow, though I couldn't put my finger on why. Margaret handed me a heavy brass key attached to a wooden tag with the number 14 carved into it. "Second floor, end of the hall on the right. Dinner is served from 6 to 8. No leaving the premises after dark. The roads get treacherous." Something about the way she said that last part made my skin crawl, but I chalked it up to the storm and my frayed nerves. My room was basic but clean, a double bed with a dark green coverlet, wooden dresser, small desk, and bathroom with a clawfoot tub instead of a shower. The window looked out over the parking lot and the forest beyond. The rain was still coming down hard, but I noticed something odd. I couldn't hear any thunder, even though the lightning was frequent and close. I tried to check my email, but there was no Wi-Fi and my phone showed no service. Typical for remote areas, I figured. I decided to explore the lodge a bit before dinner. The hallway was lined with identical doors, though I didn't hear any sounds from the other rooms. As I walked toward the stairs, I passed a woman coming the other way. She was maybe in her 30s with long brown hair and a pale face. She glanced at me nervously. "Are you new?" she whispered as we passed each other. "Just checking in," I replied. "Waiting out the storm." She grabbed my arm suddenly, her fingers digging in. "They won't let us leave," she whispered urgently. Before I could ask what she meant, a door opened further down the hall, and she abruptly let go and hurried into a room, slamming the door behind her. I stood there for a moment, unsettled, then continued downstairs. The lobby was empty now. Margaret nowhere to be seen. I checked my watch. 5:30. Still some time before dinner. I wandered into what appeared to be a small library off the main lobby. Floor-to-ceiling bookshelves lined the walls, filled with old hardcovers. A stone fireplace identical to the one in the lobby crackled with a fire that gave off surprisingly little heat. An elderly man sat in one of the armchairs reading a newspaper. I nodded to him as I entered and he lowered his paper slightly. "Nasty storm," I said, attempting conversation. He stared at me for an uncomfortably long time before responding. "It's always storming here." "I'm just passing through," I explained. "On my way to Chicago from Seattle." The man folded his newspaper carefully. I noticed the date at the top, April 12th, 1987. "Must be an old paper," I said, pointing. The man looked down at it as if seeing it for the first time. "The news never changes," he said cryptically, then stood and left without another word. I picked up the paper after he left. Every article was about local events in Montana, but something felt off about them. The writing style was stilted, and some sentences didn't quite make sense, as if they'd been partly erased and rewritten. I put it down and checked my watch again. Nearly 6. The dining room was down a short hallway from the lobby. About a dozen tables were arranged around another fireplace, though only 3 tables were occupied. I sat at an empty one near the window, though the curtains were drawn. A young server approached my table. He couldn't have been more than 17, with acne-spotted cheeks and hair parted neatly to one side. His hands trembled slightly as he handed me a single-page menu. "What's good here?" I asked. "Everything's the same," he replied, his voice cracking. "You can order anything, but it all comes out the same." I laughed, thinking he was making a joke about bad lodge food. "I'll have the pot roast then." He nodded and started to leave, but I called him back. "Quick question. Do you know how far the nearest town is? Once the storm clears, I need to get back on the road." The boy's face drained of color. "There's no exit to this place," he whispered, then hurried away before I could ask what he meant. My pot roast arrived minutes later, served by a different person, an older woman who didn't speak or make eye contact. The food looked normal but tasted like nothing at all. I mean literally nothing, like I was chewing on air that had the texture of meat and potatoes. As I ate this strange meal, I observed the other diners. They barely spoke to each other and ate mechanically, not seeming to enjoy or even notice their food. At one table, a family of 4, parents and 2 children, sat in complete silence, the children unnaturally still. I pushed my plate away, my appetite gone. When I stood to leave, I noticed something under my napkin, a folded piece of paper that hadn't been there before. I slipped it into my pocket and left the dining room. Back in my room, I unfolded the note. In shaky handwriting it read, "They take one each night. Lock your door. Leave before dawn." I tried to tell myself it was a prank, but combined with everything else, the strange behavior, the woman's warning, the outdated newspaper, my nerves were shot. I double-checked that my door was locked and even wedged the desk chair under the handle. I tried my phone again, still no signal. Through the window, I could see the storm hadn't let up at all. The parking lot was visible under the yellow glow of a single light post, and I counted the cars, 7, including mine. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary except I couldn't hear the rain. I could see it coming down in sheets, but there was no sound at all. I must have fallen asleep eventually because I woke with a start around 3 in the morning. Something had roused me. A scream, a door slamming, I wasn't sure. The room was freezing cold, my breath visible in the air. I lay still, listening. The silence was absolute until I heard footsteps in the hallway. Slow, deliberate steps that paused outside each door. When they reached mine, I held my breath. The doorknob turned slowly, but the lock held. After what seemed like an eternity, the footsteps continued on. I waited until they faded completely, then got up and packed my bag as quietly as possible. There was no way I was staying until morning. Storm or no storm, I needed to leave. I waited another hour just to be safe, then carefully removed the chair and opened my door. The hallway was empty and silent. I made my way downstairs, avoiding the creaky spots on the steps. The lobby was deserted. No sign of Margaret or anyone else. The large ledger still sat open on the desk, and I couldn't resist checking it. Flipping back through the pages, I saw hundreds of signatures, all dated, going back decades. But what made my blood run cold was that on many of the names, a red line had been drawn through them, including the names of the people who had signed in just before me yesterday. I hurried outside. The storm had passed, and the sky was starting to lighten with pre-dawn glow. The parking lot was empty except for my car. All the other vehicles were gone. As I threw my bag into the back seat, I glanced up at the lodge one last time. Above the entrance, barely visible in the dim light, was a sign I hadn't noticed before. Pine Ridge Lodge, established 1954 to 1987. I drove like hell back to the main road, my hands shaking on the wheel. Once I hit the highway, I pushed well above the speed limit until I reached a small town about 40 miles away. I pulled into a gas station just as the sun was fully up. The attendant, an older man with a weathered face, nodded as I walked in. "Rough night?" he asked, eyeing my disheveled appearance. "Yeah," I said, trying to sound casual. "I got caught in the storm and had to stay at some lodge back in the mountains." "Pine Ridge." The man's face changed immediately. "That's not funny, mister." "What? I'm not joking. I stayed there last night." He shook his head firmly. "Pine Ridge Lodge burned down in 1987, killed everyone inside. They say it was faulty wiring, but some folks think it wasn't an accident." My mouth went dry. That's not possible. I was just there." The man looked at me like I was crazy or playing a sick joke. He pointed to a bulletin board near the register where local news clippings were pinned. One yellowed article showed a black and white photo of Pine Ridge Lodge with the headline, "Tragic Fire Claims 23 Lives at Mountain Lodge." My phone buzzed in my pocket, the first signal I'd had since the storm. A news alert popped up. "Remains identified from 1987 Pine Ridge Lodge fire." I clicked on it with trembling fingers. The article was dated today and explained that advanced DNA testing had finally identified several previously unidentified victims of the fire. There were photos of them: Margaret the receptionist, the elderly man from the library, the nervous server, the woman in the hallway who had warned me, the same people I'd interacted with just hours ago. I don't know what happened at Pine Ridge Lodge. I don't know if I somehow stepped into the past, or if I encountered ghosts, or if I completely lost my mind for 24 hours. What I do know is that I checked the ledger before I left, and my name was the last one without a red line through it. I'm writing this from a motel 6 states away, and I haven't slept more than an hour at a stretch since that night. Every time I close my eyes, I hear those slow footsteps coming down the hall, stopping at each door. Story 18. I've never shared this with anyone outside my immediate family before. Even typing this makes my hands shake a bit, but I need to get it out of my system. I grew up in rural Vermont, in a small house at the edge of a dense forest. About a quarter-mile down an old dirt road stood the Blackwood Mansion, a sprawling Victorian monstrosity that had belonged to the same family since the mid-1800s. Everyone in town knew about it. Everyone had stories. The mansion itself was huge, 3 stories of dark brick and wood, with a slate roof that seemed to pierce the sky on foggy mornings. It had these weird turrets on each corner and more windows than I could count, though most were always covered with heavy curtains. Around the main house were several smaller buildings: a carriage house, gardener's cottage, and an old greenhouse that was more broken glass than anything else. I was 8 years old when I first met Agnes Blackwood. She was the last of her family line, a widow who lived alone in that massive place. I'd heard all sorts of stories from the older kids at school, that she was a witch, that she ate children, the usual rural boogeyman stuff. But my mom used to clean for her twice a week, and one summer day when my babysitter canceled, Mom had to take me along. I remember standing in that massive entryway, staring up at ceilings that seemed impossibly high. Everything smelled like furniture polish and something else I couldn't name, something old and stale. Agnes came down to greet us, and she wasn't what I expected. She was tall and thin, with silver hair pulled back so tightly it looked painful. She wore a dark blue dress that went all the way to the floor, and she walked with this perfect posture that made her seem even taller. "This must be young Michael," she said, looking down at me. Her voice wasn't warm, but it wasn't cruel either, just formal, like she was reading from a script. That was the first of many visits. As my mom cleaned, Agnes would sometimes have me sit in her study and give me cookies and tea. She taught me chess on a marble set that she said had belonged to her grandfather. The pieces were so heavy I had to use both hands to move them. But here's the thing: no matter how kind Agnes was to me, that house never felt right. Never. The worst part was the gravel. The entire property had these perfectly maintained gravel walkways connecting the main house to all the outbuildings. The first time I walked on them, I noticed something wrong. With every step I took, I heard a second crunch, like someone was walking right behind me. I stopped, and the second set of footsteps stopped too, with this tiny delay, almost like an echo, but not quite. I turned around, but no one was there, just the empty path stretching back to the main house. "Did you hear that?" I asked my mom later. "Hear what, honey?" "The other footsteps on the gravel." She got this look on her face, not scared exactly, but like she was carefully choosing her words. "The gravel here just sounds funny. It's probably because of the way the buildings are arranged, creating some kind of echo." But it wasn't an echo. It was too precise, too intentional, and everyone who visited experienced it. My dad, who came to pick us up once, mentioned it on the drive home. "Strange place," he said. "Felt like someone was following me the whole time." The outbuildings were even worse. From the outside, the windows always looked pitch black, no matter how sunny the day was. Sometimes I'd catch movement in them, just a flash, like someone walking past. But whenever I'd look directly at them, whatever I thought I saw would be gone. As I got older, I kept visiting the mansion. Agnes seemed to enjoy my company, and honestly, I was fascinated by the place, despite how creepy it was. But I developed this rule for myself: never look up the main staircase. The central staircase of the mansion was this grand, sweeping thing with ornate banisters and plush carpeting. It curved up to the second floor, which I knew contained the family bedrooms and Agnes's private quarters. Something about that staircase terrified me. Whenever I'd walk past it, I'd feel this weight pressing down, like the air itself was thicker there, and I always had this overwhelming sense that something was waiting at the top, watching me. One afternoon when I was about 12, Agnes asked me to bring her reading glasses up to her bedroom. She'd left them there, and her arthritis was acting up. I stood at the bottom of those stairs for what felt like forever, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Every instinct screamed at me not to go up. "Is everything all right, Michael?" Agnes called from her study. "Yes, ma'am," I replied, and forced myself to climb. Each step felt like moving through mud. The air got colder as I ascended, and the sounds from downstairs, Agnes turning pages in her book, my mom running the vacuum, seemed to fade away completely. By the time I reached the landing, I was shivering, despite it being July. The upstairs hallway stretched in both directions, lined with closed doors. Family portraits hung on the walls, stern-faced men and women in outdated clothing, all with the same sharp cheekbones and penetrating eyes as Agnes, and they all seemed to be looking at me. I found Agnes's room quickly. The door was ajar, and snatched the glasses from her nightstand without really looking around. As I turned to leave, I caught movement from the corner of my eye. At the far end of the hallway, a door was slowly closing. I hadn't heard it open. I hadn't heard footsteps, but it was definitely moving. I ran down those stairs so fast I nearly fell, the glasses clutched in my sweaty hand. Agnes thanked me without commenting on my obvious terror. I never went upstairs again. There were other things too. The mounted deer head in the main hallway that everyone swore would follow you with its glass eyes. The fact that clocks in the house would sometimes run backward for hours before correcting themselves. The way the temperature would drop suddenly in certain rooms for no reason. But the worst spot on the entire property was a specific section of the gravel path that led from the main house to the old greenhouse. It was maybe 15 feet long, just a normal-looking stretch of walkway. But whenever anyone walked that section, the feeling of being followed became overwhelming. Not just footsteps anymore, but a presence so close you could almost feel breath on your neck. My mom once dropped a tray of gardening tools there. She never explained why, just quickly gathered everything up with shaking hands. Later, when I asked her about it, she just said, "I thought someone grabbed my shoulder." The strangest part of all this is that the atmosphere never changed. When I was 16, I found some old journals in our town's historical society from people who had visited the mansion in the 1930s. They described the exact same phenomena: the footsteps, the feeling of dread near the staircase, the specific spot on the path where the presence felt strongest. Whatever haunted the Blackwood mansion had been doing so consistently for at least 60 years, probably much longer. Agnes died the winter after I graduated high school. I was home from college for Christmas break when we got the news. She'd passed away in her sleep, which seemed like a peaceful end for someone who'd lived amid such unsettling energy for so long. I went to her funeral, the whole town did, and was surprised to find I genuinely mourned her. For all the strangeness of her home, she'd always been kind to me in her formal, distant way. The mansion stood empty for nearly a year after that. Agnes had no living relatives, so everything went into probate. Finally, it was sold to a family from Boston, the Millers. They had 3 kids and a golden retriever. I met them during my summer break when I was helping my dad with some landscaping work on their property. Something was different, drastically different. The mansion was just a house, a big old, somewhat drafty house, but nothing more. The oppressive feeling was gone. The air felt normal. The gravel paths crunched normally underfoot, no phantom steps following behind. The windows of the outbuildings reflected sunlight like regular glass. Even that terrible spot on the path to the greenhouse felt completely ordinary. Mrs. Miller laughed when I carefully asked if they'd experienced anything unusual. "The heating bills are unusual, and we're still finding weird old things in the attic, but that's part of the charm, isn't it?" The kids love having so much space to play hide and seek. Hide and seek. In the Blackwood mansion, the idea that children were running freely through those upstairs hallways, hiding behind doors that I'd been too terrified to approach, was almost impossible to process. I walked through the entire property that day, helping my dad measure for new garden beds. The change was absolute. Whatever malevolence had permeated the house for generations was completely gone, as if it had never existed. Even the mounted deer head looked like nothing more than a dusty old hunting trophy. My theory? I think the Blackwoods never left their home. Generation after generation they lingered, creating that atmosphere of dread and tension, waiting for something or someone. Agnes was the last of their bloodline. When she died, they finally had what they were waiting for. The last Blackwood had joined them, and together they all moved on, leaving behind nothing but an empty old house. I still drive by whenever I visit my parents. The Millers have painted it a cheerful yellow, added a swing set in the side yard. Their dog runs freely along those gravel paths where invisible footsteps once followed. Children's laughter echoes from windows that once seemed to hold nothing but darkness. Whatever haunted the Blackwood mansion is gone now. But sometimes, when I'm lying awake at night, I still hear phantom footsteps on gravel, and I still can't bring myself to look up staircases in old houses. Story 19. I never believed in ghosts until I moved in with my boyfriend Kofi 3 years ago. His family practices Yoruba traditions, which I initially found fascinating but didn't think much about. Little did I know I'd end up negotiating living space with something that wasn't, well, alive. It started about 2 weeks after moving in. Kofi's parents were incredibly welcoming, and I loved their beautiful 2-story home in the suburbs. The house had this warm energy, colorful tapestries on the walls, small bowls of water in certain corners, and occasional offerings of fruit or small treats left in various spots throughout the house. Kofi explained these were for the Orishas and ancestors his family honored. I respected their beliefs but didn't fully understand them. My first encounter happened on a Tuesday afternoon. Kofi was at work and I was alone doing laundry. The washer and dryer were in the basement, which you could only access through a door in Kofi's bedroom. The setup was weird. Whoever designed the house decided the only entrance to the basement should be through what was now our bedroom. The basement itself wasn't particularly creepy during daylight hours. Standard concrete floors, stone foundation walls, and the usual basement mustiness. The washer and dryer sat just at the bottom of the wooden stairs. Beyond that, the basement stretched back about 30 feet into darkness, where the family stored holiday decorations, old furniture, and boxes of who knows what. I'd gone down to grab our clothes from the dryer, humming to myself, when I felt something. It wasn't a sound or a sight, more like walking into an invisible wall of unwelcomeness. I was standing by the dryer, reaching in for the last sock, when I got this overwhelming sensation that I shouldn't go any further into the basement. The feeling came with words that formed clearly in my mind. You're not supposed to be here. It wasn't my own thought. I know how my internal voice sounds, and this wasn't it. This felt external somehow, planted in my consciousness. I froze, laundry basket against my hip, and stared into the darker part of the basement. The feeling intensified the longer I stood there. My skin prickled with goosebumps, despite the basement being warm and humid. I backed up to the stairs, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. Before climbing back up, I found myself nodding respectfully toward the back of the basement, as if acknowledging whoever or whatever had spoken to me. I have no idea why I did that. It was pure instinct. That night, I mentioned nothing to Kofi. I figured it was just my imagination running wild in an unfamiliar house, but the next time I needed to do laundry, the same thing happened. The same message, the same wall of unwelcome energy stopping me from venturing past the washer and dryer area. After the third time, I started asking Kofi to grab the laundry. I made excuses. I was busy on a call, cooking dinner, anything to avoid going down there. He never questioned it, which I found slightly odd, but I was grateful. Then came the footsteps. We were lying in bed one night around 11:30 when I heard it, distinct creaking on the basement stairs. Not the random settling noises houses make, but deliberate rhythmic steps coming up the stairs. Creak, 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 slow and measured. I tensed up, nudging Kofi, who was half asleep beside me. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. He mumbled, clearly not hearing anything. The footsteps continued, stopping right at the basement door. I stared at the doorknob, certain it was about to turn. My heart hammered in my chest so loudly I was sure whoever was on the other side could hear it. But the doorknob never moved. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps retreated back down the stairs. Creak, 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 until silence returned. "Never mind," I told Kofi, who was already drifting back to sleep. I lay awake for hours, eyes fixed on that door. The footsteps became a regular occurrence, always between 11 and midnight, always stopping at the door without opening it. Sometimes they'd happen several nights in a row. Other times, there'd be silence for a week before they returned. After about 2 months of this, I finally broke. Kofi was working late, and his parents had invited me to join them for dinner. His mom, Adiola, had made jollof rice and was telling stories about their family back in Nigeria when I blurted it out. "I think there's something in your basement." The conversation halted. Kofi's parents exchanged a look I couldn't quite decipher, not surprise, more like confirmation. His father, Baba Tunde, set down his fork and looked at me expectantly. "What makes you say that?" he asked, his tone casual, as if I'd commented on the weather. I told them everything, the feeling of unwelcomeness, the words in my head, the footsteps at night. As I spoke, Adiola nodded, a small smile playing on her lips. When I finished, she said, "That's just the old man. He's been here since before we bought the house." My mouth fell open. They knew all this time I'd been terrified of mentioning my experiences for fear they'd think I was crazy, and they already knew. "The old man?" I repeated. Babatunde chuckled. "The spirit who guards the basement. The previous owners told us about him when we moved in 15 years ago. He's harmless, just particular about his space." Adiola stood up and went to a cabinet, pulling out a small glass and a bottle of whiskey. "When he gets restless, when the footsteps happen more often, I leave him this." She poured a shot of amber liquid. "It keeps him quiet for weeks." I watched, dumbfounded, as she took the shot glass and headed toward our bedroom. I followed her as she descended the basement stairs, placed the whiskey on a small shelf near the back of the basement, and then spoke a few words in Yoruba. She showed no fear, though she didn't venture any further into the darkness than necessary. "Back upstairs," she explained. "In our traditions, we acknowledge that spirits exist alongside us. Some are ancestors, some are orishas, and some, like your basement friend, are just residents. They deserve respect, just as any living person would." "But who is he?" I asked. "Why is he here?" Babatunde shrugged. "The previous owners said he was the original owner of the house, built it himself in the 1940s. Very proud of his home, especially the basement he designed. He doesn't seem to realize he's passed on." I couldn't believe how matter-of-factly they discussed this. "And you're okay with sharing your house with a ghost?" "We share our world with many spirits," Adiola said simply. "Most homes have them, most people just don't notice. Our practices make us more aware of the veil between worlds. The old man isn't harmful, just grumpy and territorial." That night, I told Kofi about my conversation with his parents. He admitted he'd grown up hearing the footsteps and feeling the unwelcomeness in the basement, but had gotten so used to it that he barely noticed anymore. "Why didn't you warn me?" I demanded. He looked genuinely confused. "I thought you'd think I was crazy. And honestly, I figured if you experienced anything, you'd say something." After that revelation, I changed my approach to the basement. The next time I needed to do laundry, I took a deep breath before descending the stairs. At the bottom, I spoke aloud. "Hello, I'm just here for the laundry. I respect that this is your space, and I won't intrude past this area." I felt slightly ridiculous talking to empty air, but the heaviness that usually pressed against me seemed lighter. The unwelcoming feeling was still there, but less aggressive, more like a grumpy neighbor watching from behind curtains than an active force pushing me away. I still heard the footsteps at night, still felt unwelcome if I lingered too long by the dryer, but something had changed. We'd reached an understanding, the old man and I. I acknowledged his presence and respected his territory. In return, he tolerated my brief incursions for laundry. One night, after a particularly stressful day at work, I was folding clothes by the dryer when I felt the familiar presence intensify. Instead of rushing upstairs as I usually would, I found myself speaking to him. "Rough day for me too," I said softly. "Sometimes I wonder why I put up with that job." The pressure in the air shifted slightly. I can't explain how, but it felt like someone was listening. When I mentioned this to Adiola, she nodded as if it was the most natural thing in the world. "He's lonely," she said. "Spirits often are. They stay because they have unfinished business, or because they're attached to a place, but they miss human connection." After that, I started occasionally talking to him. Brief comments about my day or the weather while doing laundry. I never got a verbal response, but sometimes the atmosphere would shift in ways that felt like acknowledgement. The footsteps continued their nightly ritual, but I stopped fearing them. Sometimes when they reached the top of the stairs, I'd say a quiet "good night" toward the door. The steps would pause, then retreat more quickly than usual, as if embarrassed to be caught. Last month, during a severe thunderstorm, the power went out. I needed to grab candles from the basement storage. For the first time, I had to venture past the washer and dryer into the old man's territory. Standing at my usual boundary, I spoke into the darkness. "I'm sorry to intrude, but we need the emergency candles. I'll be quick and respectful." The unwelcomeness was still there, but it didn't intensify as I took a few steps forward with my phone flashlight. As I reached for the box of candles on a shelf, I caught a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision, a shadow shifting in a corner where no shadow should be. I froze, candles in hand, and slowly turned my head. There was nothing visible, but the air felt different, thick and electric. Not threatening exactly, but intensely present. I nodded in that direction, murmured a thank you, and retreated quickly to the stairs. That night, there were no footsteps. The next morning, I found the whiskey shot glass that Adiola had left weeks earlier sitting empty on the dryer. It had previously been on the shelf near the back of the basement. I still live with Kofi in his parents' house. I still do laundry in the basement where an old man's spirit guards his domain. We've developed a strange coexistence. I respect his space, occasionally leave him offerings with Adiola's guidance, and in return, he tolerates my presence. The footsteps still come and go, and I still feel unwelcome if I linger too long, but there's a grudging acceptance between us now. Sometimes new friends visit and comment on the strange energy in our bedroom, especially near the basement door. I just smile and say, "That's just the old man. He came with the house." Most laugh, thinking I'm joking. But last week when my sister stayed over, she woke me at midnight, eyes wide. "There's someone on the stairs," she whispered urgently. I just nodded sleepily. "I know. He's checking his house. Go back to sleep. He won't come in." She didn't sleep another minute that night. Can't say I blame her. It took me months to get used to living with our basement guardian. Story 20. I can't believe I'm finally putting this down in words. It's been 3 months since it happened, and I still wake up in cold sweats, my heart racing at the memory. I've tried talking to friends, but they just give me that look, you know the one, where they're trying to be supportive but clearly think you're exaggerating or making it up. Maybe writing it out will help. I don't know. This happened back in July when I was driving from Missouri back to my place in California. I'd been visiting my aunt and uncle for a couple weeks. They're getting older, and I try to see them when I can. The visit was great, but I was ready to get home, so I decided to take Route 66 for the nostalgic value. My dad always talked about that highway with such reverence, and I thought it would be a nice way to make the long drive more interesting. The first day of driving was uneventful. I stopped at a few tourist traps, took some pictures of those weird roadside attractions, and made decent time. By nightfall, I was somewhere in Oklahoma, I think. That's when things started to get weird. It was around 11 at night, and I'd been pushing myself to keep going despite feeling exhausted. The highway had gotten really dark. Stretches where you couldn't see anything but your headlights illuminating the road ahead and nothing else. No other cars, no buildings, just empty darkness. I was starting to nod off, which scared me enough to decide I needed to stop for coffee. When I saw the lights of a diner up ahead, I almost cried with relief. It was this small, standalone building with a neon sign that said Route 66 Diner, with a coffee cup that was supposed to be flashing steam but was just flickering erratically instead. The parking lot was empty except for a beat-up pickup truck parked far from the entrance. I pulled in and sat in my car for a minute, suddenly feeling uneasy. Something about the place felt off. The flickering neon cast this sickly blue-red glow that pulsed across the gravel lot. There were windows all along the front, but they looked dark inside despite the open sign. I almost drove away, but my need for caffeine and a bathroom break won out. The bell above the door jingled when I walked in, and the sound felt too loud in the stillness. Inside, the fluorescent lights buzzed and flickered, not constantly, but every minute or so they'd dim and then come back. The place was almost empty, just a long counter with red vinyl stools, about 8 booths along the windows, and a jukebox in the corner that wasn't playing anything. An elderly woman stood behind the counter. She had this silver-white hair pulled back in a tight bun and wore a faded blue uniform with a name tag that I couldn't quite read. She didn't smile when I walked in, just watched me with these pale blue eyes that seemed too aware, too focused. "Coffee?" she asked before I even sat down. I nodded and slid onto one of the stools. As I did, I noticed there was one other person in the diner, a man sitting in the far corner booth. He was hunched over a mug, staring at it like it held the secrets of the universe. He was probably in his 40s, with this disheveled appearance, unshaven, hair greasy and unkempt, clothes wrinkled like he'd been wearing them for days. What struck me most was how still he was. He wasn't on his phone, wasn't eating, just staring. The woman set a mug of coffee in front of me without asking how I took it. It was black and smelled burnt. "Sugar's there," she said, nodding toward a small container. "Cream's in the fridge, out of the little cups." I thanked her and dumped 2 packets of sugar in, not bothering with cream. As I stirred it, I noticed a newspaper on the counter. The headline caught my eye immediately. "Mysterious disappearances along Route 66 continue to baffle authorities." The woman saw me reading it and made a small noise in her throat. "You traveling far?" she asked, her voice scratchy like she didn't use it much. "California," I replied, taking a sip of the coffee. It was terrible, bitter and definitely burnt, but I needed the caffeine. She nodded slowly. "Alone?" Something about the question made the hair on my arms stand up. "Just passing through," I said, not really answering her question. "Shouldn't be driving this road at night," she said, wiping the counter with a rag that looked almost as old as she was. "Not safe." I gestured to the newspaper. "Because of the disappearances?" The man in the corner made a sudden movement, his mug clattering against the table. He didn't look up, but I could see his hands shaking. The woman glanced at him and then leaned closer to me. "You ever heard of the forgotten exit?" she asked, her voice dropping to just above a whisper. I shook my head, taking another sip of coffee despite its taste. "There's an exit on this highway," she continued, still wiping the same spot on the counter. "Not on any map, not marked with any signs, just appears sometimes at night to certain travelers." I almost laughed, thinking she was setting up some local ghost story to spook the out-of-towner, but something in her expression stopped me. "They say it leads to a place that doesn't exist," she went on. "People who take that exit, most don't come back. Those who do..." She glanced at the man in the corner again. "They come back changed." As if on cue, the man looked up and directly at me. His eyes were bloodshot, with dark circles underneath like he hadn't slept in days. "Don't look for it," he said, his voice hoarse. "Whatever you do, don't look for it." I felt a chill run down my spine despite the stuffiness of the diner. "I'm not looking for anything except a bed for the night," I said, trying to sound casual. "Is there a motel nearby?" The woman straightened up. "About 20 miles ahead. Can't miss it." The man in the corner stood up suddenly, his chair scraping loudly against the linoleum floor. "I took it," he said, louder now. "I took the exit. It was just there, and I thought it was a regular exit, needed gas." He walked toward the counter, moving stiffly like every step hurt. But there was no gas station, no town, just a road that kept going, and the further I drove, the darker it got. "Carl," the woman said sharply, "that's enough." But he didn't stop. He was standing right next to me now, and I could smell him, sweat and something else, something sour like fear. "And then I saw them," he continued, his eyes wide and unfocused, standing by the side of the road, watching, always watching, their faces. He trailed off, his hand going to his mouth like he was going to be sick. The lights flickered then, dimming almost to darkness before coming back. When they did, the woman wasn't looking at me or Carl anymore. She was staring at something behind me, her face drained of color. I turned slowly, a sense of dread building in my chest. Standing in the doorway was a figure I hadn't heard enter, tall and thin, with long tangled hair that hung down, obscuring most of their face. They wore what looked like a dirty, tattered coat that reached the floor. The worst part was how still they stood, not moving, not breathing that I could see, just watching. "Run," Carl whispered. "Run now." I didn't need to be told twice. I bolted off the stool, fumbling in my pocket for cash. I threw a 10 on the counter without counting it and headed for the door. The problem was, the figure was blocking it. As I approached, they didn't move. I could see bits of their face through the hair now. Pale, waxy skin stretched too tight over sharp cheekbones and eyes that reflected the fluorescent lights like an animal's. "Excuse me," I mumbled, hating how my voice shook. They tilted their heads slightly but didn't move from the doorway. Behind me, I heard Carl making a strange whimpering sound. I don't know what came over me, desperation maybe, but I suddenly lunged forward, pushing past the figure. Their coat felt damp and cold against my arm, and there was a smell, like wet earth and something rotting. The bell jingled as I burst through the door and ran to my car. My hands were shaking so badly I dropped my keys twice before getting the door open. As I started the engine, I looked back at the diner. The figure was standing in the parking lot now, still watching me, and behind them, pressed against the window, was Carl, his mouth open in what looked like a scream, though I couldn't hear anything. I peeled out of that parking lot so fast I'm surprised I didn't crash. My heart was pounding and I kept checking my rearview mirror, convinced I would see that figure somehow following me on the dark highway. I drove like a maniac for at least 30 minutes, not daring to slow down even when my hands started cramping from gripping the steering wheel so tightly. Finally, I saw the lights of a gas station and pulled in, needing to be around other people and normal fluorescent lighting. The attendant was a younger guy, maybe in his 20s, reading a magazine behind the counter. He looked up when I walked in, and something in my expression must have concerned him. "You okay?" he asked as I grabbed a bottle of water from the cooler. I nodded, not trusting myself to speak without sounding hysterical. He rang me up, studying my face. "You came from East, on 66? I nodded again, unscrewing the water with trembling hands. "Stopped at a diner?" he asked, his voice careful. I froze mid-sip. "How did you know?" He sighed, looking genuinely troubled. "We get people coming through sometimes, looking like you do now. Scared. Said they stopped at diners that aren't there when they try to find them again." "What?" I managed to say. "There are stories," he said, leaning on the counter, "about places that show up along this highway at night. People go in, sometimes they don't come out. Those who do, They talk about warnings, about a forgotten exit. My blood ran cold. The woman at the diner mentioned that, and there was a man. They always mention the exit, he interrupted. But here's the thing. I grew up around here. My dad was a trucker. Drove this route for 30 years. He said those stories about the exit are meant to keep people away from something else, something worse. Worse than what? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. He shook his head. Don't know. Dad wouldn't talk about it, just said if I ever saw a diner like that, keep driving, no matter how tired I was. I finished my water in silence, paid, and went back to my car. I didn't stop driving until I reached a chain motel in a well-lit area with plenty of other cars in the parking lot. I checked in, locked and barricaded my door, and didn't sleep a wink all night. The next morning, I took the interstate the rest of the way to California. I've never gone back to Route 66, and I never will. Sometimes I think about trying to find information about that diner, about the disappearances the newspaper mentioned. But then I remember Carl's eyes, the woman's warning, and that figure in the doorway, and I decide some things are better left unknown. I still wonder about that forgotten exit, though. Was it just a story to scare travelers, or was the gas station attendant right? Was it a distraction from something worse? And what happened to Carl after I left? I don't have answers. All I know is that some exits aren't on any map for a reason. And sometimes, the safest path is the one most traveled, especially after dark. Story 21. I still can't believe what happened to us last month. I've been putting off writing about it because part of me is scared that thinking about it too much will somehow bring it all back. But I need to get this out somewhere, and I think people here might understand, or at least not think I'm completely insane. My buddy Miles and I graduated from Penn State back in May, and we'd been planning this epic road trip across the country for years. The idea was to hit all these weird roadside attractions and just enjoy our freedom before real life kicked in. We both had jobs lined up for September, so this was our last hurrah. The first week was amazing. We drove through Ohio and Indiana, stopping at these hole-in-the-wall diners with the best greasy burgers you've ever had. We camped in Kentucky for a couple nights, got drunk around a bonfire, and just talked about life under the stars. Normal stuff, you know? Everything changed when we got to Louisiana. We were in this tiny town called St. Elmore that wasn't even on our original route. We only ended up there because I had to take a detour when our GPS went haywire on the highway. The town looked like it hadn't changed since the 1950s. All these old buildings with faded paint and rusty signs. That's when we saw the Creighton Hotel. It was this massive Victorian building at the end of the main street, set back behind these ancient oak trees. I remember joking that it looked like something out of a horror movie, and Miles was immediately into it. He'd always been obsessed with ghost stories and paranormal stuff. "Dude, we have to stay here tonight," he said, practically bouncing in his seat. "I read about this place online. It's supposed to be super haunted." I wasn't really into the whole ghost thing, but the sun was already setting and we needed a place to crash. So I agreed, thinking it would at least make for a good story. The driveway leading up to the hotel was lined with these massive oak trees that had to be hundreds of years old. Their branches created this weird canopy overhead that blocked out most of the fading sunlight. I remember feeling this sudden heaviness as we drove under them, like the air had gotten thicker somehow. Miles must have felt it too because he stopped talking mid-sentence. We parked in front of the hotel, and just sitting there looking up at it, I felt this sense of unease washing over me. The place was massive, 3 stories of weathered red brick with black shutters and a wraparound porch. Most of the windows were dark except for a dim light in the lobby. "Jake, you okay?" Miles asked, and I realized I'd been gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles had turned white. "Yeah, just tired," I lied, forcing myself to unbuckle my seatbelt. The front desk was this ornate wooden counter with peeling varnish. Behind it stood the oldest woman I've ever seen. She was tiny, maybe 5 feet tall, with skin like tissue paper and white hair pulled back in a tight bun. But her eyes, they were bright and alert in a way that didn't match the rest of her. "Welcome to the Creighton," she said, her voice surprisingly strong. "We don't get many visitors these days." Miles immediately started asking her about the hotel's history, and the old woman, she introduced herself as Mrs. Delacroix, seemed all too happy to tell us. "The Creighton was built in 1876, she said, her thin fingers tapping on the counter. "It was the finest hotel in the parish until the fire of 1932. 13 guests lost their lives that night." The way she said it was so casual, like she was telling us about the weather. I remember feeling a chill run down my spine. "Some say they never left," she added with this weird little smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Room 17 is yours, top of the stairs, end of the hall." Our room was large but oppressively hot, with faded floral wallpaper and antique furniture. The air conditioning was just a rattling window unit that barely pushed out cool air. We dropped our bags and decided to grab dinner at the only restaurant in town before it closed. When we got back around 9, the lobby was empty. The place was eerily quiet. No TV sounds from other rooms, no footsteps, nothing. Just the constant creaking of the old building settling. "Let's explore a bit," Miles suggested, already heading back toward the staircase. I didn't want to, but I also didn't want to be alone in that room. So I followed him down the dimly lit hallway, our footsteps echoing on the hardwood floors. Most of the doors were closed, but occasionally we'd pass an open one revealing an empty, unoccupied room. On the second floor, we found this door marked "Staff Only" that was slightly ajar. Miles, being Miles, immediately pushed it open. It was some kind of old lounge or sitting room that clearly hadn't been used in years. Dusty furniture was arranged in a circle, and the walls were lined with mirrors, some cracked, others clouded with age. In the center was a round table with what looked like burn marks etched into the surface. "This is wild," Miles whispered, running his fingers over the table. "Look at these marks. They almost form a pattern." That's when I heard it, a soft whispering sound coming from somewhere in the room. It was so faint I thought I was imagining it at first, but then Miles froze. "You hear that?" he asked, his voice barely audible. The whispers seemed to get louder, more insistent, though I couldn't make out any words. It was like the sound was coming from inside the walls themselves. "We should go," I said, backing toward the door. "We're not supposed to be in here." Miles nodded, suddenly looking as uneasy as I felt. We hurried back to our room and double-locked the door behind us. I managed to fall asleep eventually, despite the stuffiness of the room and the constant creaking of the building. But at exactly 12 o'clock, I remember because I checked my phone, I woke up to the sound of footsteps in the hallway. Heavy, deliberate footsteps that stopped right outside our door. Miles was still sound asleep, snoring softly in the other bed. I lay perfectly still, listening as the doorknob slowly turned. Thank God we'd locked it. After a moment, the footsteps continued down the hall, but then I heard something else, a soft crying sound, like a woman sobbing. I don't know what possessed me to get out of bed. Maybe it was the thought that someone might be in trouble, or maybe it was just morbid curiosity. But I grabbed my phone for light and quietly unlocked the door. The hallway was empty, but the crying continued, seeming to come from the stairwell. I followed the sound down to the first floor, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. That's when I saw her, a woman standing at the end of the hallway, wearing what looked like an old-fashioned white nightgown. Her back was to me, and her dark hair hung down to her waist. "Hello?" I called out, my voice barely a whisper. "Are you okay?" She turned slowly, and I felt my blood turn to ice. Her face was gaunt, almost skeletal, and her eyes, God, her eyes were just empty sockets, black and hollow. She raised a bony finger and pointed directly at me. I ran. I've never run so fast in my life. I sprinted back up those stairs 3 at a time, not caring how much noise I made. I burst into our room and slammed the door shut, waking Miles. "What the hell, Jake?" he mumbled, sitting up in bed. I told him what I'd seen, the words tumbling out of me. He didn't laugh or tell me I was dreaming. He just listened. his face growing more serious by the second. "We should check it out," he said finally, reaching for his shoes. "Are you insane?" I hissed. "Did you not hear what I just said?" But Miles was already heading for the door, and I knew I couldn't let him go alone. So we went back downstairs together, my phone flashlight cutting through the darkness. There was no woman in the hallway, no crying, nothing but the empty, silent hotel. Maybe it was just a dream, Miles suggested, but I could tell he didn't believe it. We were about to head back upstairs when we heard it. Laughter, high-pitched, childlike laughter, coming from the staff lounge we'd found earlier. The sound made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Miles started toward it, but I grabbed his arm. "No way," I said firmly. "We're going back to the room, packing our stuff and getting the hell out of here at first light." For once, Miles didn't argue. We went back to our room and sat on our beds, wide awake, listening to the occasional creak of footsteps in the hallway and that distant, echoing laughter that seemed to come and go. Neither of us slept. As soon as the first light of dawn broke through the curtains, we packed our bags and headed downstairs. The same old woman was at the front desk, looking exactly as she had the night before, as if she'd never left. "Checking out already?" she asked, that same unsettling smile on her face. "Did you enjoy your stay?" "It was interesting," Miles said, handing her the room key. "Has anyone ever reported unusual experiences here?" Mrs. Delacroix's smile widened. "The Creighton has many stories," she said cryptically. "Some guests are more receptive than others." We practically ran to the car. As I was backing out of the parking spot, I glanced up at the hotel one last time. There, in the window of what must have been the staff lounge, was the woman in white, watching us, and beside her a small child with the same hollow eyes. I hit the gas so hard the tires squealed. We didn't speak for almost an hour, just drove with the windows down, letting the hot Louisiana air blow away the cold feeling that had settled in our bones. We tried to laugh it off later that day, told ourselves it was just our imagination, maybe something we ate, or the power of suggestion after hearing the hotel's history, but we both knew what we'd seen. It's been a month now, and I still wake up at midnight sometimes, hearing that faint laughter. Miles says the same thing happens to him. We don't talk about it much anymore. The strangest part came last week when I tried to look up the Creighton Hotel online, wanting to see if others had reported similar experiences, but I couldn't find anything. No website, no reviews, not even an address. According to the internet, there is no Creighton Hotel in St. Elmore, Louisiana, and when I tried to find St. Elmore on a map, that town doesn't exist either. Story 22. I still get chills when I think about what happened to me back when I was 16. I've never shared this with anyone outside my family because I was afraid people would think I was making it up or that I was crazy. But after reading so many similar experiences here, I think I'm finally ready to talk about it. This happened in Willow Creek, where I grew up. It's one of those small towns where nothing ever happens. You know the type. Everyone knows everyone, and the most exciting thing is usually when the grocery store gets new ice cream flavors. It was a Friday evening in October. Dad was away on a business trip to Chicago. He traveled a lot for work back then, usually gone for 3 or 4 days at a time. Mom, my younger sister Emma, and I were having a quiet night at home. After dinner, Emma wanted to watch some Disney movie in the living room with Mom. I wasn't in the mood for cartoons, so I asked Mom if I could hang out in her and Dad's bedroom to watch TV there instead. Their room had this massive waterbed that was super comfortable. It was like floating on a cloud. Plus, they had the bigger TV with cable channels we didn't get on our main set. "Sure, honey," Mom said. "Just don't spill anything on our bed." I made myself a bowl of popcorn in the kitchen, one of those metal mixing bowls because all the regular ones were in the dishwasher. I remember the sound of the kernels hitting the metal as I poured them in. Then I grabbed a can of Coke from the fridge and headed to their bedroom. The room was cozy. Mom had these dark burgundy curtains that made the space feel warm, and there were family photos all over the dresser. I settled into the waterbed, propping myself up with their pillows, feeling the water shift beneath me. Dad's side of the bed always sank a bit more than Mom's, so I naturally rolled toward his side. I flipped through channels until I found some thriller movie that had already started. It wasn't scary or anything, just some action movie with car chases. I munched on my popcorn, occasionally hearing Emma's laughter from the living room down the hall. Everything was completely normal. The furnace kicked on, making that familiar humming sound our house always had in the fall. Outside it was already dark, and I could hear the wind rustling the big oak tree by the window. I'd been watching TV for maybe half an hour when it happened. It was so sudden that at first I couldn't process what was happening. The sound just stopped. Not just the TV, which was still playing. I could see people's mouths moving on screen, but everything. The furnace hum disappeared. The distant sounds of Mom and Emma laughing in the other room vanished. Even that weird sound you don't notice until it's gone. You know, the sound of your own breathing, the subtle whoosh of air past your ears, all of it just cut out. It was like someone had hit a universal mute button. The silence was so complete it felt physical, like pressure against my eardrums. And then directly in my right ear, as clear as if someone was standing right next to me, a voice said, "Excuse me, Kim." It wasn't whispery or faint. It wasn't muffled or distant. It was right there, like someone was leaning over my shoulder speaking directly into my ear. I could feel the words more than hear them. The voice wasn't clearly male or female. It wasn't high or low, young or old. It was just a voice. The only thing I can say for certain is that it was calm, almost polite, but firm, and it knew my name. I froze completely. My body went rigid, and I could feel every single hair on my arms and neck stand straight up. The popcorn bowl was still in my lap, and I was gripping it so hard my knuckles turned white. My heart started pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just sat there paralyzed, staring straight ahead at the TV that I could no longer hear. Then, after what felt like forever but was probably only a few seconds, the same voice said again, "Excuse me, Kim." That was it. Something in me snapped. Pure adrenaline shot through my body like electricity. I launched myself off that waterbed so fast I didn't even realize my right foot had gotten wedged between the water mattress and the wooden frame. As I jerked away, my foot caught and I stumbled, sending the metal bowl flying out of my hands. I swear to God it was like time slowed down. I could see the popcorn kernels suspended in the air, scattering in every direction. The metal bowl hit the hardwood floor with a crash that I suddenly could hear. The silence had broken the moment I moved. I yanked my foot free and ran. I didn't look back. I didn't check to see if something was there. I just bolted out of that room as fast as I could, nearly slipping on the hardwood hallway in my socks. I burst into the living room where Mom and Emma were still watching their movie, completely oblivious to what had just happened. Mom! Exclamation mark. I was sobbing, shaking uncontrollably. "Mom, someone's in the house. Someone just spoke to me in your room." Mom jumped up immediately, alarmed by my hysterics. What? What are you talking about?" I couldn't even form coherent sentences. I was hyperventilating, pointing back toward their bedroom, tears streaming down my face. A voice, it said my name. It knew my name, Mom. Mom went into protective mode instantly. She grabbed the phone, ready to call 911, while telling Emma to stay put on the couch. "Where did you hear it? Was it outside the window?" "No, it was right in my ear, right next to me on the bed." I was still shaking, my legs barely holding me up. Mom looked skeptical but saw how genuinely terrified I was. She called our neighbor, Mr. Peterson, who was a retired cop. He came over within minutes with a flashlight and his personal handgun. This was small-town America in the 90s. Together, they searched the entire house, checked under beds, in closets, behind curtains, in the basement, the attic, everywhere. They even walked the perimeter of the house, checking all windows and doors. Nothing. No signs of entry. No one hiding anywhere. No explanation. Mr. Peterson suggested it might have been interference from a baby monitor or radio picking up someone else's conversation. We didn't have a baby monitor, and the radio wasn't on. He then thought maybe it was the TV itself. Sometimes channels can bleed into each other, he said, but that didn't explain why it said my name. I refused to go back into my parents' room that night. I slept in my own bed with the lights on, jumping at every creak and groan of our old house settling. Mom checked on me every hour. The next day, in the harsh light of morning, I started to question myself. Had I fallen asleep without realizing it? Was it just a weird half-dream? But it had felt so real, so present, and I remembered everything else about that moment with perfect clarity. The movie on TV, the weight of the popcorn bowl, the slight chill in the room. When Dad came home on Sunday, Mom told him what happened. He didn't dismiss it outright, which I appreciated, but he tried to find logical explanations. Maybe it was the waterbed making noise. It wasn't. Maybe it was the house settling. Houses don't say your name. Maybe I was overly tired. I wasn't. Here's the thing that makes me absolutely certain it wasn't my imagination. That wasn't the only weird thing that happened in that house. 6 months earlier, Mom had been home alone doing laundry when she heard what sounded like furniture being moved around upstairs. She thought Dad had come home early and was rearranging something in their bedroom. She called out to him, got no answer, and went upstairs to find the room empty, but a heavy jewelry box had somehow moved from one end of her dresser to the other. 3 weeks after my incident, Emma woke up screaming in the middle of the night because she said someone had sat down on the edge of her bed. She felt the mattress depress and felt a cold spot next to her. There was no one there when Mom rushed in. Dad's watch would routinely go missing, only to turn up in weird places like inside a cereal box or balanced on top of the shower curtain rod. He'd accused me and Emma of playing pranks until it happened when we were both at school and Mom was at work. We moved out of that house 2 years later when Dad got a job in another state. I was relieved. I never went back into their bedroom alone after that night. If I needed something from their room, I'd ask Mom to get it, or I'd make sure someone was with me. To this day, I have no explanation for what happened. It wasn't sleep paralysis. I was wide awake, eating popcorn and watching TV. It wasn't a prank. No one could have gotten into that room without me seeing them, and the voice came from right beside me on the empty bed. It wasn't a radio or TV glitch. The voice was too clear, too present, and it knew my name. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't run. What if I had answered? What if I had turned to look? What was it trying to tell me? What did it want? I've never heard that voice again, but sometimes when I'm alone, I still get that feeling of being watched. And occasionally, just occasionally, I'll experience that same unnatural silence like the world is holding its breath, waiting for something to speak.